just a Trump supporter and you're just like, I like Trump, and you get a flag and you're a fucking loser. You have got to change the concepts you use that discuss our victimization. You have got to get out in the world and contend with the anti-whites who are destroying Western civilization. You've got to dump this old, superannuated, broken, used up white idea that there's going to be some sort of golden lion that is going to appear and do it all for us. Stop being such a lazy bitch. I mean, I think a lot of people learn this. Well, they learn it in the movies, they learn it in the storybooks, they learn it from stories handed down. They learn it at church, where you're always told, just get on your knees and pray. Just get on your knees and pray. God hates you. If you get on your knees and you pray, and that's what you do, he hates you. That's why your country looks like this. He hates you. Stand up and fight for what is yours. Fight for our inheritance. And then you'll suddenly discover the sky crack open. That's how God works.
Anti-white. Anti-whiteism. Anti-white narrative. Western kind. White erasure. You teach those 5 to the whole population of the West, to half the population of Western kind, and we will have our destiny in our hands again.
The real leadership has to just keep saying to the masses, if you are going to keep making the wrong decision, well, we'll just keep plucking these people out of the equation. Because I'm not going down with your ship. I'm not going to go to the bottom and be with all of the dead sailors under the seas, fathoms under the seas, under the seas. I'm not going down with you idiots. At some point, raw, real, angry, masculine, and extremely high IQ white men need to be in charge of this. Not little girls, not half Mexicans, not half Jews, not married to Jews, not all of this other garbage of so-called leadership for white people that spend their days hating on non-white races or pretending like white people aren't being attacked. No, we don't want that anymore. We want real, white, masculine, brilliant leadership that says enough is enough when it comes to victimizing our people. Not another step, not another inch, because if you do, you're gonna bleed, mother. You are going to bleed.
Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience for your love with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration, beat in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh my God, yes, we will. 5 to 6 key concepts. So we might discuss a little bit of that Hazelwood fight incident. Christy Noem of South Dakota banning antisemitism, among other stories in the featured stories today. Biden flies 320,000 in to reduce border numbers. Washington Post says the state-run affirmative action laws could be in jeopardy. Oh my gosh. Women don't need men. They've ousted us. Pedo is now the new sexual preference. I don't know. We'll think about it. Mark Dice clips on the State of the Union speech. Go free lesson of the day. Biospirit, numerical courage, numerical diffidence. We have your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Geraldine, the community matchmaker, walks into Harold's butcher shop. Harold, have I got a match for you? She's tall, 28, not beautiful, but very attractive, in shape, and she's rich. Harold squints at Geraldine. He then looks down at his protuberant belly, his blood-stained smock, his flabby muscles, and recalls that he's in his late 40s. Geraldine, he says with growing excitement. Really? I don't know what to say. I mean, thank you. Wow, a good-looking 28-year-old woman in good shape with lots of money? Wow! And she wants me? My gosh, she must be crazy. Geraldine interrupts. Well, you can't have everything. and we are going free. Jason gets that joke. So does Biospirit of the West. It's great to see you all on this Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. Roughly, since the times are changing, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. We are going free. It is glorious. It is dazzling to have everybody here with me and us today. You may, over the course of this gathering, financially gift, and you can do so over at Entropy, which is up and running. You can do so at Odyssey, up and running. You can do so at D-Live, up and running. Don't forget that D-Live is their funny little cryptocurrency. Odyssey has their cryptocurrency, but there's also Cash Dollars over there. You can do so at Cash App. You may do so at Subscribe Star. I have everything up and running right now, and I will be keeping an eye on all of these platforms. Any financial gifts that you may give, everybody giving a financial gift will have their comment read, question read, or spoken to, as we are wont to do. You may also just tag me as No White Guilt, No White Guilt, No White Guilt. You must tag me as No White Guilt, and then I will see it. Will change color for me in some sort of a way, and then I will be able to speak directly to whatever it is that you are asking. Let's make this as interactive as possible. I think I did forget to mention that Entropy is also up and running, and you may financially gift there as well. There's also a question widget that we call the Talk Kevin widget. Hello to everybody. I will be keeping an eye on Rumble. It appears to be up and running, no issues at the moment. We are also on Telegram. If anybody would be so kind to head on over to Telegram and see if on Jason's alerts we are live and in charge, and there's audio and etc. It's working, and then come on back maybe to YouTube live chat. Tag me as No White Guilt. Let me know that it's working. That would be great. We're trying to have these things run across all of these different platforms, but having some hiccups over the last few efforts, but it should be up and running, and we should be up and running also on Twitter. I will keep an eye on that. And if there are any comments or questions underneath of that live stream there, I can see it now. It is indeed up and running. Great to see it. And looks like everything else is running just fine as well. As I swivel around and check all of the numerous monitors that I am surrounded with. Yes, indeed, we are running everywhere. And Danger is in the house. White Wolf is in the house. Azimuth, Clark. Mandy Joe, great to see everybody. White Wolf. Oh, there's Clips. Great to see you. You are live on Telegram, says No White Guilt Clips. God bless you, my good sir, my good friend. Big salutes. First Last is in the house. Very exciting to hear about all of your successes and advancing on your way on putting together your show. God bless you, my brother. God bless you. I've been seeing it. I've been busy in the text messages. Let's just make sure we're running okay over here, and it does appear to be the case. Wonderful to be here. Looking glorious as always. I'm talking about myself, of course. We have Samushki is in the house. Sinkoi, not Quinn. Wonderful to see you. Let your friends know that we are live at a Go Free gathering, and that this is the only place on Sundays that you're going to be able to come together. You're going to be excited. Going to be able to get excited for white well-being. You're going to learn how to take back our destiny from the wretched anti-whites, as they have claimed it all, and we are continuing to burn and head downhill. And there is only time, there is only a little bit of time for us, I mean literally us, to push the lexicon narrative, and that we push here, the dialectics, and to bring people back to yours truly so they can find the truth instead of finding these co-opters out in the world. The co-opters. I am your only nomenclator. Remember that. I'm your nomenclator. You come here for the nomenclature, ladies and gentlemen. It's a science. White people don't seem to be able to understand that anymore, but that's okay, because we're here. We're making the difference, and so excited to be here this Sunday. We're going to start right off by talking about the fact that we are shifting from 5 to 6 key concepts. 5 to 6, and all along the great Biospirit of the West was saying that white well-being and Western kind, they sort of get used together anyhow. So you got the 3 A's, you got anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white narrative, 3 W's. Western kind, white well-being, white erasure. The 6 key concepts, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to be pushing out to the world. It was already kind of happening anyhow, since the other 2 were getting used interchangeably. But now we've made it official. Now it's 96s, ladies and gentlemen. 96. 96. Does anybody remember what the 9 words are? Anybody remember what the 9 words are? Just checking my notes here if I'm missing anything. The 9 words: atonement cannot be made for grievance never committed. That is the most powerful 9 words that in this age, it's another way of saying no white guilt. In this age, it is the biggest shield and a weapon that we wield in service to white well-being. Atonement cannot be made for grievance never committed. Let an anti-white that have an audience attempt to debate you on that one, ladies and gentlemen. They're not going to have a chance in hell. June is with us. Great to see you. Franklin is your Anglo-Saxon Promethean Kitchen. You said, I was wondering what you thought of the State of the Union. Well, we'll be talking about that a little bit. We're going to play the Mark Dice clip and big old King Dice, and we're going to maybe share a few of our thoughts in the midst of him sharing his thoughts. But first thing we're going to do is we're going to get right, now that we've mentioned the 96s, now we have 6 key concepts, we're going to get right into our first item, I think, which is Kristi Noem. Is that right? Kristi Noem of South Dakota, and her big concern today. What's Kristi Noem's big concern? All these Republican voters, they love her. They love the women. And we're going to be talking a little bit later about this Katie Britt. And honestly, she is everything that I hate about the white race. And we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about quite a few things, and I want you all to participate. But here we have Kristi Noem, another great female leader. And her biggest concern in South Dakota isn't the anti-whiteism for the entire white population there. It isn't these criminal intruders rushing into the state to change the racial demographic. No, her biggest concern is anti-Semitism.
In South Dakota, you've got a bill, I think it's a new bill combating anti-Semitism or reaffirming old bills. Could you just tell us a little bit about that, because it's such an important issue?
Now, remember, the worst thing you could do right now, and you'll know if you're unwell, if you say to yourself, the damn Jays. They are doing exactly what we should be doing. They are doing exactly, I should be the head of the white ADL. We should have millionaire white people showing up and financing the work that we're doing here so that we could exert such pressure onto the elected representatives that they would be on television saying, oh my God, I just wrote up a 1,000-page bill on how we're going to stop anti-whiteism in every state of the country. You're seeing the success of a particular strategy for individual well-being.
Well, this is a bill that defines what anti-Semitism is, and it has examples that we put in statute that will be used as model legislation in every other state to
will be used as model legislation in every other state. What is anti-Semitism? Wouldn't that be amazing if we exerted the pressure and we had them consulting with us? What is anti-whiteism? Let's make sure that we make it illegal in all areas of our lives, in all private and public sector areas of our lives. Let's make sure we make it illegal. Instead, what are you hearing the white sympathetic sphere do? They're saying, how many Jews are there, and they're killing free speech and all this kind of shit. I will happily kill anti-white speech. Happily.
make sure we're defining what a hate crime is and that we can prosecute those who engage in it.
Yeah, we're going to make a whole new class of crime called anti-white crime. And it's not going to be whatever they have as the magnifier for hate crime, this anti-white slur. We're going to quadruple that. We're going to 9 times. We're going to make 10 times the penalty for anti-white crime. How does that sound?
It really is the strongest language in this country to push back on some of what we've seen for hatred being spread across this country since the October 7th attack.
Hatred in the country. The real essence and example of hatred in the country is the poor Jews and what they're having to do. It's not white people. It's not just like we had Jew in the city saying, can you believe it? It's gotten so bad now for us Jews in Hollywood that if you look like a white guy, you can't get a job. That's how bad it's gotten. And here you have Noem here, another female leader, wonderful female leader, who's got no problem coming out and talking about the real hatred, the real victimization of humanity.
So I was devastated to see some folks in this country be uneducated and some maybe purposefully stand with pro-Hamas and attack our allies Israel and our brothers and sisters in the Jewish community. So this bill we signed into law today in the rotunda of our Capitol. We had hundreds and hundreds of people there. It was amazing to see the unity and the support.
Bill we signed into law today.
We have one of the smallest Jewish communities in the entire country, but we dearly...
Wouldn't that be, isn't that, what a testament? What a testament to the strategy of individual well-being by way of group well-being. You know, the bottom line is the white race is so sick. It's so sick that you and I, we're going to have to be the breakaway white race that essentially governs for white people and is the white people. Maybe that's the better way to look at it. That is the white race. And then all of these other white people, they're the invisible people. That's just going to be the way it might have to be, because they're so fucking sick. They're so TARDIS that they can't look at a situation like this without either hating Jews or worshiping them and sucking their toes. I mean, that's where we've got, that's the white entity. That's the white thing now. And absolutely instantiated by this Katie Britt that they had, and everybody's like, oh, it's so wonderful. You know, so many of these people, your average folks out there, so wonderful that what she said, she better not be selected for vice president. My God, that'd be the dumbest thing that he would ever do.
We love them and stand with our allies and are proud to sign this bill that I believe many, many, many other states are going to use because it gives them strong.
Because the real problem in America is anti-Semitism. I mean, this is so infuriating to me. I mean, I'm both infuriated, not because Jewish people are able to advance their interests this way. I'm inspired by that. I'm impressed by that. Absolutely. Bunch of people come together and they're like, let's do for us individually by doing for us collect. Good for you. Now, of course, that's not the totality of Jewish people. That's a percentage of them engaged in that wonderful strategy. But so I'm furious, though, because for sake, everyone can look out into the world and see who is actually persecuted and discriminated against. Even Jew in the city can do that. Can look out into the world and see who is actually discriminated against, persecuted, encouraged to biologically white erase themselves into oblivion. Who are the ones who are endlessly capitulating? Who are the ones in the Katie Britt model is talking about how, well, the reason we have to close the border is because brown babies are getting hurt. Can you believe the brown babies are getting hurt? I've had enough of the brown babies. Talk about us. Talk about white people. Talk about white babies. Talk about our country being changed. I don't want them here because this is a white country. The Western world is created by white people. I want to live in a white country, not in a mestizo country. Talk about us, politicians. Wouldn't it be nice to have the power that this little tiny community has working together instead of just bitching and moaning about them all the time? That you can have a state where you have almost nobody of your kind there, and the governor is like backflipping, grandmother backflipping. What more can we do for you? What more can take your shoes and socks off? What more can we do? Sickening. Yeah, I would love to have that power. So maybe it's going to have to be, there's going to be like an actual white race, and then all the white other people out there that are too diseased, they're the invisible people. They are the people who don't have a people. They are the people who are lost, besotted, and ignorant, and deserving of elimination from the world, deserving of their lines ceasing. Everywhere you look, you get this story comes out, and it's nothing but complaints. And then the worse yet are these white people saying, well, why aren't the Jews complaining about anti-whiteism? Fuck you. Why aren't they stopping anti-whiteism? And then we have this. Was this video real of Kathy Hochul, another female leader? And is it real? Does anybody know? Where she's in the backyard and she's like, I could do a little jig out here. I could do a little dance on this little walkway that we built. Now I don't have to walk in the mud, except that she's got these jugs hanging out the sides of her overalls. Is that real? Because this is how I wrote the only worthwhile comment under that, which is the problem is you. The problem is that you don't know how to pick a real leader of the West. That's the problem, because the people you keep picking are the ones that lose to the Kathy Hochuls, dancing around with her jugs in the backyard. 0% Jews in South Dakota. And they're like, what more can we do? Reptile is with us, says Promethean hails, glass blowing with no white guilt. Feeling the flames rising inside and out. Awesome, brother. Thank you. I do have a Promethean Kitchen asking about thoughts on Donald Trump's running mate. It better not be Brit. It better not be It better not be Katie Britt. It better not be. And I will talk about who it should be. I think I've said before, Ivan the Horrible is with us. Great to see you, brother. Janice Coconut is here. White Wolf is working on a homestead with no white guilt, as it should be. God bless you, brother. Spud Ruckus is here. Wonderful to see you. Al Handel is here. IP is here. Great to see you all. Streaky Bacon, let your friends know that we're live, alive, and in charge, and we're changing the world. Because we are the people who are changing the world. We are the incomparable community. That's what we are. We are the incomparable community. What is everybody else up to?
Language that we can win in court and prosecute those who engage in hate crimes.
Congratulations on that. We appreciate Governor Kristi Noem.
And they're going to prosecute you with hate crimes if you dare say anything that a Jewish person finds offensive and therefore could say they felt threatened by it. There you have it. So what does this perpetuate? Good for them to be able to have the power and to be able to put this sort of pressure on politicians to get them to pass bill after. I mean, it was just like 2-3 years ago that she had passed some other bill into law that had to do with anti-Semitism, and now they're strengthening it. They're giving it the Schwarzenegger steroid effect. Good for them to be able to do that. Good for them. But what does this perpetuate? The anti-white narrative. And you know, in the anti-white narrative, even though today they're going to be talking about, it's because of Palestine, and they're going to occasionally show these video and footage of brown people, of non-white people complaining. This will all be all of the persecution, discrimination that they are afflicted with is all going to be blamed on white people. The demon in the anti-white narrative. Reality doesn't mean shit. Take your heads out of your asses. Not this community, obviously, but those who are new to listen. We're not your normal right wing or alternative right wing or what have you. We're above all that shit. We are well above all that shit. We are busting this idea, this left-right nonsense that you're trapped in. We are busting it to pieces. Because what good has it done you? So there you have it. Kristi Noem, almost no Jewish people there, but they're going to strengthen it up. They're going to strengthen these laws, and they're going to apply heavy penalties. And it's going to be a perpetuation of the anti-white narrative, because in the anti-white narrative, Jews are just long-suffering, never done any wrong, wrongly put upon, totally innocent throughout all time. No Jewish people have ever done anything wrong. No group of Jewish people have ever gotten together to do anything wrong ever in history, according to the anti-white narrative. And this kind of law, strengthening of the other anti-Semitism laws, perpetuates that. What about white people, though? Oh, white people are evil all the time. White people get together all the time to do evil, to do wrong. And they're always doing wrong and evil to the non-white races. Who's guilty of anti-Semitism? Do you think for a goddamn minute they're going to list Arabs? Do you think for a goddamn minute that in Western countries they're going to say Arabs are the problem? Do you think for a minute? No, it's going to be white people. It's going to be white people. It's always going to be white people. Thanks, Kristi Noem. Coconut says, I met Jason 6 years ago, and he has not aged a bit. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. The Truth Seeker writes, hate crimes is anti-white. Precisely. Hate crime is a meme pathogen. Keep that in mind, folks. We are not going to watch this video, but I do want to say a couple words to it. Obviously, we're not going to watch the video because a young white female is beaten to maybe a vegetative state. Maybe she'll die. This is trending on Twitter, on X right now. Hazelwood East High School on Friday. Let me throw that up on the screen if I can. I'll have to pull that down and put it back up. So you all have probably seen the video of a white female. It's going around Twitter right now, trending on Twitter right now. And she gets into a fight with a black female, and the black female throws her to the pavement and then proceeds to intend to murder her. There's no way. I mean, you can call that my opinion if you'd like. But when you have somebody down on the pavement and they're unconscious, and you are picking their head up and bashing their head on the ground, especially when we're talking about the black female probably weighs 100 more pounds, very nearly 100 more pounds than the white female. That is an intent to murder. Now, I know it's going to go to court, and I know since the courts have been if it goes to court, law enforcement has been white erased. Maybe she won't even be charged with anything. Maybe she'll be charged with the jaywalking that accidentally turned into a skull crushing. So it's just jaywalking. Knowing the West today, it's been white erased. If it goes to court I know they're not going to say manslaughter. I know they're not going to say just what happened with the white female, however she identifies, white female who was attacked by Laken Riley, had her skull caved in. Strange coincidence here. Had her skull caved in while she's raped to death in the middle of the day. And the newspaper, the webzine, comes out and says excuses for the monster, the anti-white monster that shouldn't have been in this country. Excuses for why he did that, but no excuses for why what was the name of the white guys in the pickup truck and the camera guy, the white guy, who no excuses for them for why they finally shot the jogger who was just definitely not stealing expensive construction tools, even though this is something, the tools getting legs is widely known. That's why so much effort is put into protecting tools. But he just jogs on in the house. What was their name? No excuse given for them. They're going to rot in jail for the rest of their lives. You know, what they should have been doing is they should have been going free. That's what they should have been doing. When they saw that happen with the jogger that went up in the house to steal the tools, in my opinion, they should have just phoned the police. They should have gotten video of it. And then they should have used that to communicate these 6 key concepts to as many white people as possible. But Jason, it's not fair. I don't give a fuck if it's not fair. No shit, you fucking child. No shit, you children. It's never been fair a day in your life. This is what it's like to be a conquered people. Stop complaining. Identify what a real leader of the West looks like. Do you need me to take my shirt off? No, that would probably scare your asses away. Being muscular and brilliant and brave would probably just scare you all away. Half of you are looking for a Katie Britt to be your leader, and half of you are looking to the cemetery for leadership. Getting sickening. What was their names? Absolutely sickening. No excuses made for these white guys when the black guy attempts to steal one of their firearms away from them. No excuse there. Like, what's he going to do with the firearm? No, well, maybe they were afraid that he was going to murder them, and so they shot him. They caught him stealing, and they were afraid he was going to murder them if he got the gun away from them, so they decided to shoot him. Unfortunately, he died. That's actually reasonable. Saying that the foul motherfucking anti-white garbage trash that shouldn't have been in this country was scared because his rape victim might have been dialing 911, and so therefore he crushed her skull, just like this fat anti-white pig, anti-white monster flopped down on top of this white female 100 less pounds. You know, in a white world, people who are 100 pounds apart don't fight. You know, the guy who is 100 pounds bigger than the other guy will just refuse because it's obviously not a fair scenario. Maybe the guy 100 pounds less can whoop his ass, and then for the big guy, he's lucking out because he can just say, look, I'm 100 pounds more than you. This ain't right. If I fall on you, it's over. But these motherfuckers, they don't give a shit. This is not their instinct. This is not their biospirit. Their biospirit is to crush your fucking skull of this particular girl. That's her biospirit, is to murder anybody that she gets into conflict with. That is what she is doing. So she flops down on top of her. It takes 1 second. Throws her to the ground, flops down on top of her, and then she's unconscious, and then grabs her unconscious skull and smashes it on the concrete, on the asphalt repeatedly until she starts to have a seizure from probably brain bleeds. So is she going to die? Is she going to be a vegetable? Probably. One or the other. So here's the question, though. You have to, I notice, and don't get yourselves all, fired up about this. There's a lesson here that goes back before the interaction. This young white female was in the midst of her friends who were all black. Her group of friends and another group of friends who were all black, they were having words. She squared off against this black female and then had maybe her life taken from her. The white girl's black friend attempted to jump in on her behalf. So what does this tell you? Well, there's some environments that white people shouldn't be. Some environments that white people should not be. And number two, your base black buddy or buddies, they ain't gonna be able to do shit for you. Just like St. Domingo, they're not gonna be able to do shit for you. When anti-whites decide to burn you down and there ain't gonna be any more you, your base black friends are not gonna be able to help. They threw down. There were too few of them, of her friends, relative to the group of anti-white blacks who fell upon them, literally in this case. So they were both, there was a black male and a black female, from what I could tell. They were both physically attacked as soon as they tried to intervene. So they're not going to be able to help you. So the question is, who are this white girl's parents? How did she get in this situation? How did her white parents come to the conclusion that this environment was a safe place for their white daughter? How did they come to the conclusion that having these groups of friends were the place for her? This happens to white people all the time in these environments. All the time. In my opinion, of course. Check with CNN. Winter's Folly is here. Nancy Drew is here. She says, yes, Jason, you haven't aged, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That is the spirit of the West is within me, shining through. If only we could find the white race to select a real leader instead of co-opters and thieves and all these losers, one after the other, that they regularly select. Bob is here. Dark Star is here. PFC is here. Is there anything else that needs to be said about this? This is the fault of the parents. It's the fault of anti-whiteism. It's the fault of her white parents. She shouldn't have been in that environment. She shouldn't have thought her based black friends were going to be able to protect her from this in these hotbeds of anti-white violence. Now we can make the prediction about what's going to happen to this dainty little buttercup that is crushing her skull into the pavement, into the asphalt. This dainty little buttercup, we'll probably see, if it gets any news coverage whatsoever, you know what will follow. Immediately will follow the lightened photographs of her at Sunday school at 6 years of age and how she's such a wonderful little girl. And this was just one of those rare one-offs when you decide to crush someone's skull into the asphalt. Otherwise, your life is normally nothing but, her nickname is Buttercup. This just be Buttercup. And then like the black families that understand this environment don't allow their black children near this shit. So white people, open your eyes. Stop being white guilted. Why do you think so many black families move to the white neighborhoods? Because they want to get away from Buttercup. Jesus. It's going to be Buttercup. All her life, All she just wanted to do with her life is to be sweet and to rain kisses down on everybody. In fact, she always, when she was 2 years old, we would say, make it rain, and she would rain on us with kisses. She would just hop on. So this whole skull crushing thing is just a slight detour to that golden hue that Buttercup just reflects onto society. And then the judge will give her a slap on the wrist. Wonder what she was probably scared. She was when she threw the 100-pound lighter white female to the asphalt and jumped on top of her, and the white female was unconscious. Buttercup probably was scared that the white female was going to wake up, horns were going to spring, and then who knows what was going to happen to Buttercup. So she figured at that point she just better vegetate her on the pavement so that she would be safe forevermore. Repulsive. How do we get to an environment where there is so much white erasure of our norms and standards that Buttercup would not think, I'm going to be executed by white people if I jump on this girl and kill her? See, we should have an environment where criminals, monsters of any race, it still holds true for white people, it just doesn't hold true for anybody else. But criminals and monsters of any race should immediately think to themselves, they are going to torture, execute me. That guy, Jason Kuna, they put him in charge. Now it's not just execution. Now they thought it was bad when they, what was it, in Athens, when they had Procrustes in making the recommendation for punishment. Was that what it was? Where was that? And they would break all your limbs off to kill you. They would stretch you to kill you. The Procrustean bed, I think it was called. They would say, you know that Jason Kuna guy, he's worse than Procrustes. If you maim this person, if you kill this person, he's gonna have you tortured to execution, to death. How do we get to a point where it's not happening? I'll tell you why. Because we have a white population who is choosing females of both sexes to run our defense, to be in charge for us, to push back against the anti-whites. At least the anti-whites are even more anti-white than they are. Too scared to pick somebody with strength and power and intelligence and bravery and courage. Oh no, they need to hear and be all impressed by a Katie Britt who's going to be, I'm worried about babies. I'm not trying to kill mama. Oh God, feel for her. Elect her. Elect her. That's how we get here. That's how we get to this point. That's how we get to the point where our norms and standards are so white erased, that we have, and this is not new, we have scholars who are arguing for pedophilia as a sexual orientation.
We should accept that pedophiles are people who have not chosen their sexuality and who...
How is the audio on that, by the way? Remember to let me know if there's too big of a gap between me. I can't make me louder, but I can make them quieter. Mestizo Carf says the boys in blue, they punish the heroes and ignore the actual criminals. That's because, you're right, and that's because the boys in blue are receiving orders from the criminals. It's not their fault. They're not going to, like we talked all the way back during Charlottesville. I respect that cops at every level, they have to pay their family, they have to pay for the things for their families. They have to get the health insurance for their children. They have, they don't want to lose their not only jobs, but careers or ability to work in the field they were trained in again. I respect that. But they should be white police officers or white at any level. They should be communicating evidence about investigations. They should be undermining investigations against legitimate people like myself and you and this community. They should do everything they can do secretly so that they can continue to not go to jail themselves because of the way the system will punish them. So white police officers and good and law enforcement of any level, they should be reaching out that are of any race, that are good people and want to put an end to this anti-whiteism to save America, to save Western civilization. I respect that you got to do what you got to do to keep your job. But I will not respect, I do not, I will not accept if you don't do everything you can to undermine investigations, to thwart, to sidetrack, just like the anti-whites do. And to, if necessary, to notify me, to notify us about plans against us, investigations against us, surveillance against us, just like every other race of people do. That, if you don't do that, that's unforgivable. Looks like they've shadow banned the P word in the comment thread. You mean our live chat? He says, but you can call them playground poachers. No White Gill Clips, thank you. And Country and Bluegrass, great to see you. Thank you for letting me know about the sound. Let's continue with this vile. You know what we would do with this if I were in charge? There would be no mercy for people making such arguments. That it's natural for them to want to children. It's natural. And we should feel bad. We should accept that it's natural for them. And we should feel bad that they can't carry it out. So they should have a place in our hearts. This is the argument being made.
Unlike most of us, will never be able to live it out freely if they want to lead an upright life.
So they won't be able to just live out their desire to children. You know what? This is totally anti-whiteism. This is totally about an attack on the norms of the West, where we believe that is an abomination, where we handle such an abomination in a very aggressive way. I have looked in my years, certainly further back when I was more a student and less of a teacher. Now I'm the ultimate teacher. I am the ultimate teacher in service to white well-being. I am your nomenclator. But when I was more of a student, I researched all these different cultures, and you can do it for yourself. I found a lot of kitty diddling, a lot of kitty-kers going on all over the place. In the West, I saw that, wow, people like gutted people who did that. But elsewhere, I saw like a different toleration for that, a different way of viewing it. And it really repulsed me. So we have our ideal when it comes to behavior. And we say here that we all are going to fall short of the ideal man, the ideal woman, the ideal family, the ideal church, the ideal community, the ideal school, it's all going to fall. We're going to fall short. We have an ideal for courage, an ideal for compassion, and there's going to be, every one of us is going to be closer, a little bit further away. And then there are those that are the antithesis to the ideal. So you have falling short of the ideal, and then you have the antithesis. And wanting to children is the antithesis. It is not just another normal, natural way to have a sexuality, to have a desire, in my opinion. I'm sure CNN will tell you otherwise.
We should accept that pedophilia is a sexual preference. Most of us feel discomfort when we think about pedophiles.
Most of us feel discomfort. I would say everybody in the room who does not feel discomfort, please line up for the biggest ass whooping that you will ever have in your life. Because we're going to try to tickle some sense into you, or you will be given your deportation. But I was born here. Don't give a fuck. But my family have been here since the Mayflower. Don't give a fuck. If you are anti-white, especially to this degree, you're gone. You pick the non-white country of your choice, and we will fly you there. In one of these new aircraft run by the whole new anti-white crew, where white males have been taken completely out of the equation. What, you think that bicycle wheel that they duct taped onto the might have a problem? Well, this is the anti-whiteism you wanted. Remember, everybody, we gotta have some equity here. Gotta have some equity. It's gonna be your life in that plane. What's the difference? You know what else is normal? You know what else just happens with some people? It's normal in the sense that the organism of the human animal can produce psychopathic people who either feel joy at the pain of others or nothing at the pain of others. So in other words, the mirror neurons in their brains, either they don't have enough mirror neurons, so when they see people in pain, they're like, huh. Or the mirror neurons malfunction in a way that gives them pleasure at the pain of others. We now going to say that, we're going to accept these people too because this is the way they were born? Yes. That's exactly what the anti-whites are going to say. We're not quite there yet. We're almost there. We are this close to being there, saying that feeling pleasure at the pain of others and being this absolute consummate predator who coldly, like a lizard, looks out at the rest of their community, their circles of influence, and preys upon them for their pleasure. And if you've ever read some of the acts of these sadistic, psychopathic motherfuckers, if you've ever read some of the things they've done to people, like, I can't even, it's just so, it's so repulsive. If you would argue for a minute that that's normal and they should be allowed amongst us, as long as they're not actually doing these things, no, absolutely not. In my opinion, if they get identified, your choice is non-white country of your choice. You choose, and we'll ship you there. Or you can live incarcerated in a psych bin for the rest of your life. That will be your choice if we discover it before you actually harm somebody. Having these people meander, like humanity is composed of angels. You see this so often in certain communities that, well, humanity is just, they're unnaturally good. There ain't no human animal that's naturally good. You can't rely upon that.
But just like pedophiles, we are not responsible for our feelings. We do not choose them.
Okay, well then, if that's the case, then I'm not responsible for how much I fucking am disgusted and want to chase these animals away from society so that they don't prey upon children. I'm not responsible for that. You can't hold me responsible, bitch. When I run them off with a fucking flamethrower, you can't hold me responsible because it's natural for me. It's natural for me to want to protect children. That means from you too. So you can't hold me responsible when I protect children from you by inviting you to live in Rwanda We'll parachute you right in there, bitch. This is anti-whiteism for you. My whole life, I have been successfully, artfully, masterfully thinking my way around them, circles around them, and educating others on how to do it. And it's replicable. They do it again and again and again and again. And here we are, still screaming out into the wind, trying to get a handful of people to show up to do the same. Oh, well, I don't mean no, because you're a white male and because what you want to do is in the anti-whiteism, then your natural sentiments are invalid. But it's a natural sentiment when this adult woman or adult man wants to children. That's just natural. You know, what's natural, here's the thing. The things that most white people, and I'll speak for myself, but most white people, we look out into the world. We don't need training to teach us to be revolted by certain things. It is our biospirit. It is our instinct. We instinctually know that X, Y, or Z is objectionable and has to go. We feel this gut feeling. And for so long, the anti-whites have come in and they said, that's just what Christianity taught you. Christianity taught you that. No, we taught who and what we are through that religion. That's the reality. It didn't teach me. Nobody sat me down at church at no moment and said, you have to feel this way about this group and that group and this group. No one ever did that. I instinctually felt it. I instinctually repudiate and feel repugnance, visceral repugnance for monsters like this. And right now I'm talking about the anti-white on the stage.
But we are responsible for our actions, and we must make a decision. It is in our responsibility to reflect and to overcome our negative feelings.
Okay, there you have it right there. So you have negative feelings, you're disgusted by this, but even though that's your instinct, it's invalid. His or her instinct to screw children, that's valid because it's an instinct. This is anti-whiteism. It is nothing but pretexts. It is nothing but lies to arrive at anti-white conclusions. That's all it ever has been. All my conservative brothers and sisters out there, you heed my words. Stop debating these people on the arguments they make. You never win, and you never will win debating their arguments because their arguments are pretexts. They are just to conceal their objective. They are there to conceal the reasons for. So for me to point out, ladies and gentlemen, that it's my instinct, and by her own logic, my instinct is legitimate because I feel it instinctually. Most of our conservative brothers and sisters there would say, oh, you got her there. By her own standards. You cornered her. You won. No, it ain't over. I didn't win. This keeps happening. We need to point out that this bitch is all about victimizing white people. And in this case, specifically victimizing white children. Say it with me, conservative brothers and sisters. Say it with me. White people are the target. Say it with me. Our culture, our norms are the target. Say it with me. I don't own her by pointing out that by her own standards, she's a hypocrite. That's not a victory. That's not a big V. sickening. But pick some more little girls. Pick some more half Hispanics. Pick some more bloated conspiracy theorists. Pick some more comedians to be in charge. Pick some more businessmen to be in charge. Go ahead. That's why now we see on the, and everybody for all so many years, when I was a child, all the adults kept saying, no, well, we still got the military. We still got the military. It's kind of a John Wayne right there. We still got the military, Pilgrim. No, we don't. No, we don't. And when I was a kid, I was saying, well, isn't this going to infect the military as well? Then it got a little older and we started hearing about anti-whiteism being applied to the military. Now you have these people, some of whom might be pedophiles in uniform, in women, people with penises in female uniforms, talking about the most important thing in the military is to go beyond just giving dignity to people like that, just accepting them the way they are, and just making them commander, or just putting them in charge of the troops. That's what the military is for. Just keep on supporting that shit. Every time I turn around. How do we get to the point where we have Biden flying in? Now, this is a totally impeachable, arrestable act of treason. They should be able to try and execute him. Do you understand? This is where we are today. Try to fully grasp how dire the situation is for the totality of the West. You know, Orania, as soon as the white people in America are no longer a problem for anti-whites, every white person will be genocided in Orania. Everyone. My opinion, of course, check with CNN. Every one of them. As soon as the white population isn't a problem in well-armed white America anymore, and they stop propagandizing us, they stop making the arguments that are fallacious, sophistical, and double standard, etc. As soon as they don't have to do that shit anymore, as soon as they can just say, nope, you're going to have to turn over your children to any adult who wants to have sex with them, because maybe the child really wants to experiment. Maybe the child really will enjoy it. As soon as they say that, every one of us in Orania will be genocided. They'll just go in, kill them all. They'll keep the women and children alive, just as we saw so many other times. St. Domingo, we started off with, just as we saw other periods in human history where groups of white people have been conquered. All the white males are killed. Women and children kept alive as long as possible for raping. But come on, choose a Katie Britt as our big defender. Choose some more Katie Britts. Choose some more Kristi Noems. Biden administration admits flying 320,000 criminal intruders secretly into the U.S. to reduce the number of crossings at the border, and that has and that this process has national security vulnerabilities. So there's a lawsuit that reveals Biden's CBP is refusing to disclose airports where it is flying undocumented, you mean criminal intruders? It comes amid a continued flow of migrants over the border crossers, over the southern border. Biden's expansion of the CBP, one app allows migrants to apply for asylum in their country, be flown to the U.S. and given 2 years to obtain legal status, which, by the way, I shared on one of the Twitter spaces I was on recently with our conservative brothers and sisters, that check it out for yourself. Congressional offices have regular meetings with undocumented migrants who come on a daily basis to apply to have their status changed. And then they are on the path to citizenship. It doesn't need to be like a big program. They don't show up and are told, no, there's not a big program for you, or no. They come in as individuals and family, and they say, I will please change my status. And there are a number of other ways that they go about getting a work permit and then a license, and then they're able to vote. But it's not even the voting is what I'm going to talk about to you today. And that's why this is treason. I mean, on numerous levels, it's treason. And there are, at least by my reading of the law, and it's been some years, so maybe I'm wrong, but by my reading of the law, bringing another population into the country is an act of treason that is punishable by execution. Not by a little fine, not by some sort of like official censure or condemnation. No, but hanging you until dead. Why is this relevant? In the first 100 days, Biden signed an executive order required that the criminal intruders be counted in the U.S. Census. So when Biden first got into office as the president, even though in Pennsylvania, just the other day, he said he was running for Congress. When he first got into office, he signed an executive order requiring that the criminal intruders be counted in the U.S. Census, which directly influences the apportionment of congressional representatives. Now, we've talked about that here before. So in other words, they don't have to be citizens. They don't have to be voting or even able to vote to influence the vote. Now we see the game of the anti-white Democrats. Now it reveals itself, doesn't it? Experts that have investigated this, and of course, check it out for yourself. And first place to go is CNN. Experts that have investigated this say that these criminal intruders already account for 22 seats in the House. That's 22 votes in the House. Without these people even being able to vote, just their presence gives the Democrats 22 more votes in the House. Now, that is extremely important. Talk about stealing your vote and denying you the right to vote. Every Democrat vote in the House is a theft of tens of thousands of your votes, of my votes, of our votes. Every criminal intruder who gets the right to vote has canceled your vote. That's the real criminality against the voting electorate. There is this idea, this anti-white narrative idea that blacks are being kept from voting. Like everywhere you go in the anti-white narrative, wherever black people vote, there is some white police officer with a German Shepherd. And even though it's the real world, he and the dog are somehow still black and white. And if you're black and you show up at a polling or voting center, they're going to sick the black and white dog on you. That's the fictitious world that we're forced to live in. There ain't nobody keeping black people from voting. No one. But white people who love America of any race, you're having your votes canceled. The Republicans now, and somebody can correct me and they can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think the Republicans have six. How many more Republicans are in the House? They have a majority by like 6 or 7 or 8 votes. And that's not even a legit majority, because how many of those Republicans are rhinos? are really anti-white, or as anti-white, I should say, as Democrats. Because all Republicans are, and look at Kristi Noem. They're all anti-white to some degree or another, just like everybody else. So you don't really even have a majority since so many Republicans are rhinos. But with the addition of these 8 million that the government is admitting to, almost 8 million, and it's probably closer to 16, 20 million. But the government admitting 8 million more border crossers going to be counted on the census. How many more congressional seats will that be to Democrat strongholds? And that's it. There'll never be a controlling the House again for Republicans. It's over. It is completely over. They'll count these people. Then the Democrats will have an increase in the apportionment of votes in the House for just the population that's present, and that'll be it. So Biden, to continue the process apace. Now, make no mistake, Democrats are bringing non-white people in because they're anti-white. They want anti-white outcomes. White erasure is an anti-white outcome that they relish. Changing America from a white Western country to a non-white post-Western country is what they want. You remember Biden years ago in the video saying all these non-white people coming in and my people are going to be a minority, and that's a good thing. He fucking told you he's anti-white. Why do my conservative brothers and sisters continue wanting to talk about policy, continue wanting to debate the issues that he puts out there, the reason for this or reason for that? The only reason is anti-whiteism. Take your head out of your ass. It smells a lot better out here. So to continue this, so the anti-white Democrats want anti-white outcomes, but they're also thinking about themselves personally, individually, remaining on the seat, staying in power. The Democrat Party definitely thinking about Democrats staying in power. They have a number that they know they have to get to, folks. They have a number of criminal intruders that they know once they get enough of in the United States, the apportionment of seats in Congress will enthrone them in the House forevermore. They're not going to stop, and they're not even going to slow down if they can help it until at least that one motivator is removed. Guaranteed. So Biden is over here flying in 320,000 of these people, according to the lawsuit. And forget about this. This is all this national security vulnerabilities. That's all for conservatives, our brothers and sisters out there that are too afraid to say it's about victimizing us. They want to just focus on, and then not even have a problem with mestizos anymore. You notice this it's all of a sudden, like when it comes to conservatives, our conservative brothers and sisters, like, well, the swarms of mestizos, they're okay. But the others coming in, no, that's not okay. No, the swarms of mestizos are not okay. Go the home. They're not okay. Get some balls, white people. We're going to be talking about Santos a little bit later, as a matter of fact. And we'll be talking about how he, on a call that in a Twitter space I was on and talked on, how he said, well, he's not worried about the Latinos coming in. No shit. It's almost like when I was 11 years old, I was 100% right. It's almost like these, once you get folks in the country that are of these different groups and they have numerical strength, numerical courage, it's almost as though we were right all along, that they would say, well, keep bringing my kind in. Keep the doors open. It's almost like that was accurate all along. If you had kept the numbers numerically diffident, they wouldn't have said that. Just like if I were in China, I wouldn't say doors wide open to white people. We're going to change this China. It's going to be New China. Then we're going to change that name too. No, I would say, keep the doors closed. Keep this China. Santos saying there, I don't even mind the Latinos coming in. Let them come in. Let them come in, and I will provide each one with a maraca or whatever else. He's actually, what is he? Cuba? Where is he from? Or his family from? It'd be nothing but maracas and American apple pie. That's what they'll be distributing. All of a sudden, it's okay. This right here, Biden should, if we had men anymore, and we don't, in leadership, because you all get to decide who gets to be in leadership, and you don't choose men. You clearly don't. So since we don't have men, Biden will not immediately be placed under arrest, tried for treason, and executed if this is true. And I'm thinking this is true. Because there are no men left. Your fault. Not the people here. The people here who are choosing to go free and do the right thing and are delighted with having a man of the West dictate what we need to do, how aggressive we need to be, etc. It's not your fault. It's everybody else's out there who continue to puss along. They're just going to fly them in, and nothing can be done. Now, how much more evidence do you need that the government of the United States is waging war on you, white man, white woman, white family, Christian church? How much more evidence do you need that this government with the Pentagon and the Capitol building and the White House and all of it, all the pomp and circumstance, it's all waging a war right now on you. This government isn't just fighting Russia by way of Ukraine. It isn't just fighting Palestine by way of Israel. It isn't just all these other conflicts. It has been at war with the founding stock of this country for generations. The country saying we don't want it is not enough. SB is here. Storyteller is here. Machiavelli Sucks is here. Rick Freedom is here. The Great Salotz is here. Rise is here. Great to see you. The White Baron is with us. It says vacuuming with no white. We're sucking up the scum and spitting it out. He says, thank you for all you do for our people. God bless you. I really appreciate that, good sir. Let me see if there are any tags for me real quick. We're going to get on to the next item. AOC, love the Sundays with no white guilt. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I love them too. Odin Sire, Tucker Carlson just put out a video with Alex Jones using anti-white in the title. Fantastic. That's glorious. That is so awesome and epic and glorious. Thank God this community is doing it. I see Linda Hunter and TJ are here and RJJ are here. Hoax is here. White Man is here. It's this community that's making the change in the world, not just the complaining, not just a bunch of powerless people sitting around and complaining about what's going on in the world. We're people who are actively applying a strategy, a practice that works. We continue to refine. We continue to expand. And you know what's going to happen? Is Tucker Carlson, is Alex Jones going to reach out to the source? Is that where are they going to reach out? Probably not. Are they going to reach out to the nomenclator himself? Probably not. Because they're pussies. Because they're jealous twats. That's why. Promethean Kitchen talking about the pedophilia says they've been pushing it for years now. Yeah, that video is actually like 8 years old, I think. How's that? That's the punchline on the video. It's like 8 years old. Promethean Healing is with us. Great to see you, brother. Saying exactly right, dear brother. Thank you so much. He said, Reptile clarifying, banned in the comments, not in the live chat. So watch your, on the comments, you got to be creative. Storyteller asking, how do we win? We've got the strategy right here. You want, this is how we win. Thank you for the question. This is how we win. This is the psychological defense against the psychological warfare waged against us. There's a lot to learn here. You get started very quickly and easily with the 6 key concepts. On yourself, you have to treat these poisonous ideas. That's why it's a practice. You take these concepts, you put them in the mouths of our brothers and sisters. It changes the way they view our victimization, what's going on in the world. And the doors will open up for us. The same strategy employed by the psychological warfare operators that the anti-white oligarchs employ is utilized here to undermine what they have done. And it's been working for thousands of others. Why won't it work for you? These concepts can and have been demonstrated, shown to be able to be adopted overnight by people without power and people with power, by people without money and people with money. And the more we communicate these concepts to those in positions where they wield influence, money, power, etc., the more we communicate, the quicker we recapture our destiny, because it will give these people the moral imperative of white positivity that undermines the anti-white immoral moral imperative, the social moral imperative of our day that is the source of all of our failures. That is the reason why we acquiesce and capitulate on a daily basis. Great demonstration of it, we'll be talking about, is this Katie Britt talking about the brown babies and how it's hard on them. Why would she talk about them rather than us? Because of the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative is the social morality of our day. That's why. Because she knows she'll be seen as moral for worrying about brown babies and immoral for worrying about white babies. You are not going to be able to get to the end of our victimization, the reclamation of our destiny, and the salvation of these United States by worrying about outsiders and everybody else, because it's not them and their norms and their customs that are being attacked. It's ours. Thank you for the question. St. Thomas is here. Winged Productions has shown up. Let's get on to our next item and keep rolling here. The apportionment. Keep that in mind. It's almost over for Republicans in the House. Before the criminal intruders even vote, even have the right to vote. We also have a story on that. Just, let's see. Is it video only? Come on. We can pull that up for a quick moment. Listen to Donald Trump.
Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier. Flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders.
You see, that's... Keep going.
And open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country.
That was former President Donald Trump reacting to an alarming new report that the Biden administration has flown over 320,000 inadmissible illegal immigrants from foreign countries into the U.S. The report stressing security vulnerability.
Okay, so you see how they're, because of we're just talking about the moral imperative. They're not talking about our victimization. This is our country. Say it! This country belongs to white people. Everyone else who are wonderful and they want to participate and they want to own this country as well, we will celebrate you. Everyone else, we will celebrate you. I'm not going to say this isn't, I'm not going to disavow my ownership of the West because there are wonderful non-white people who want to contribute. Get over this prissy, uneasy, pathetic, dickless behavior. It is ours. And you're damn right. I will salute and celebrate every non-white person who wants to do for the West, who wants to do for this country, who wants to become and has become a functioning part of making America great. 100% going to salute them. It's my country. It is my country. Just like if I went to China and decided to adopt that as my country and then was going to support China, I would know all my days that that was the country I had adopted and was championing and was doing everything I could for, but it didn't make it any less the property of the Chinese. But in America, we have all of these effeminate and female leadership, and they're all like, well, it's not going to make them feel good. They're not going to feel good unless you disavow it as yours. Well, fuck you, bitch. Oh, is my language too strong? Well, then maybe politics and the survival of our people is not the place for you. Maybe that the nursery room is genetically where you're equipped to be. This is my country. The West is mine. And I proudly stand beside everybody of every race who owns it as theirs, adopted or created, and who defends it. If you are not going to own the country because of the anti-white moral imperative, and you're going to want to make these other arguments, like, we don't know where they came from. Well, how easy is that to overcome? How easy is that? Well, the problem was we didn't know where they came from. Really? Well, here's where they came from. Well, the problem is we don't know if they've been vetted yet. Yeah, but they have crying brown babies. Well, we don't know if they'll behave in the country. Well, then let's try them out. Let's see if they will behave. Give them a chance, you know? Character, not skin color. You see, everything can be overcome by an anti-white. If you're not talking about us and our victimization.
Abilities at U.S. airports and saying, quote,
is it legal? It's not legal to bring them in this way. Oh, well, I guess it was a little bit of a technicality. Maybe we shouldn't have done that way. But these people were really suffering, you know. Some of them are even have like a sexual proclivity for children. And in their country, they were being persecuted for that. And so we're going to bring them over here because that's a lifestyle.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, has approved secretive flights that last year alone ferried hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens from foreign airports into some 43 American ones over the past year, all pre-approved on a cell phone app. National Border Patrol Council President.
Can you hear him now? All of these overly dainty Republican voters now saying, can you believe the real problem was what it was done with an app? How How secure is that? I mean, honestly, if my neighborhood is totally white erased, if everywhere I go in town I'm threatened because I'm white, well, I won't care as long as it's legal. Shut up, Ambi.
Brandon Judd joins me now. And you remember these flights were secret, Brandon. Well, when asked why the flights were in secret,
that's the
CBP
problem.
said bad actors could interfere with the operations if they were made public. Brandon, what about the possible bad actors, I don't know, on those flights?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't sound... Fox News is all, no matter whether they are, titularly male or whatever it might be, they are all 14-year-old girls, all of them. I don't know, Becky. Is it the fact that it was secret? I mean, maybe there were some ne'er-do-wells on the plane. Have you thought of that?
Well, first and foremost, the bad actors.
I always hate that. First and foremost, only say that phrase if you're kind of being facetious, if you're kind of joking a little bit with your intro.
Defense is completely and totally ridiculous. And the reason that's ridiculous is because everybody can check public stats to see how many flights are coming into certain U.S. cities, and they can see what the numbers are. So the bad actors already know that based upon public information that's available. When you look...
That's redundant. Public information is available.
What this administration is doing, it's very upsetting on two different levels. First, they're abusing the parole system. If you look historically,
they're abusing the parole system.
Only allowed about
listen to all of these arguments
per year into the country on the parole system, and then on top of that, it puts extreme pressure on law enforcement officers. We're in a fentanyl crisis right now, and we're pulling law enforcement officers out of the field to vet these.
We are in a fentanyl crisis because the communists are pushing anti-whiteism, which enables them to push fentanyl. That's why.
Individuals, as they land in our airports and at our ports of entry, it's ridiculous to think that we can control our...
You see this guy right here? It's not his fault that he's gelded, that he's been totally castrated. If I were his boss, he would look very different. He would sound very different right now. White males will be able to step up to the plate the moment that white people put a real man in charge.
Our borders in crime when we're abusing the system, when we're violating the law, and we're pulling law enforcement officers off of their main responsibilities and duties.
These are the countries where the CBP allowed one app, the app used to bring...
See, I mean, just, I'm getting sick of it. I'm really fired up. Think about in your average white family household. Just think about the average white family household. Think about maybe back when you were a kid in the household. And if mom and dad, if they're looking, they're finding out the news and they're finding out that some laws were broken, some things were done that weren't exactly done to the letter of the law or letter of the code or the spirit, that the way things were supposed to be applied. If there were all of these little intricacies and everything, does mom and dad really feel like they have a dog in the fight? Does mom and dad do they shrug? They're like, this is out of my league. You know, the wealthy and the powerful, they get to break all the laws they want. So what can I do? What if instead of talking about all this nonsense, that the news they were receiving was that this is a war on white people, and they're white, and they look around at their white family, and they look around at the house that they've worked their asses off for, and the average house and the average car and the protection that they have to supply their children. You think they might think about it in a way that's a little bit more aggressive? How are we here? Similarly, if you go to mom and dad and you tell the average white mom and dad working their ass off trying to get by in the world, and you blame another race of people, and you're like, well, these all these non-whites are pouring into the country from all around the world because of Jays. What is the average white mom and dad going to do? They're going to think, that's pretty repulsive. And they're going to turn it off. Note how in both of the other scenarios, mom and dad are not thinking about themselves, their home, their children, their family. We are the only people who focus on that. We are the only people who morally, with love, hope, and redemption, are focused on ending our victimization. And I can scream, I can shout, I feel like at times I got to just grab people by the lapels and shake the ever-living shit out of them. Because of how bad it is. They're all pulling me down with it. Let's choose another Kristi Noem. Let's have Donald Trump pick Ben Carson for his fuck you. If you want Ben Carson as the vice president, don't ever be in my presence. King ridiculous. If you want Katie Britt to be the vice president, don't be in my presence. You're a fucking loser. You don't have a legitimate opinion. I'm tired of having to pretend like other people have like legit. If you are a god, like should I have to go around to like Jerry's Kids and the Down Syndrome Center? Should I have to go to the Down Center and be like, yeah, I mean, you have like a good interpretation. I respect your interpretation of reality. I think I will have to submit to it, your interpretation of reality. Unreal. Let's take a look at the great Seamus shared on the news on Twitter. He says it is the anti-white moral imperative in action in response to this tweet. And what is that moral imperative? It is called white erasure. Let's end the victimization of Western kind with no white guilt. Bam! Explosive salute. So what are we talking about here? Let's take a look at this tweet. Frank here says on Twitter, getting it wrong, libs worry legal challenges to the libs. They're just libs. What does that mean in your lived experience? Libs, nothing. The anti-whites went with liberal when lived experience of liberal was positive in society. They loved it then. And then all of the tards, they ran up and they're like, what do you want us to call our victimizers? Liberals? Okay, good. I'll call them that. You know, and your lived experience then, it was like a liberal helping of ice cream, a liberal amount, all of these positive things. But they're like, you want me to call them that? Sure. I'm brain dead. Okay, so the libs worry legal challenges to state and local programs which discriminate against white men will adversely affect diversity, anti-whiteism, because, quote, nearly every state and locality has one or more of these laws. Every town and state discriminating against white men sure does sound like institutional racism. Where's this guy? Frank, this is what you sound like to sane people. You're like, it's the institutional racism. I think they're the real racist. The libs are the real racist. Look, we got it sounds like checkmate. Check, please. Where can I drop my mic? No, don't drop your mic. Drop the toaster in the bath with you, buddy. Either take up what's working, identify a real leader in the fight against our victimization, or get the fuck out. Institutional racism. It's institutional anti-whiteism. And how many people, though, does Frank have following him, I wonder? How many white people does Frank have following him? Looks like almost 20,000. Is that right? I think Frank, I got faith in Frank. He can take the step up to the next level. Frank, you don't have to be sort of Gomer Pyle-ish anymore. Stop with the Gomer Pyle. Golly, Andy, them libs have screwed stuff up. I mean, drop the Gomer Pyle speak and get real. Get real. We don't have time for this kid glove nitwittery anymore of the sewing circle. So this is what it says here in the Washington Post. Next front in the affirmative action, in the attack on affirmative action, which is anti-whiteism. Now, again, folks, there is no sense in talking about the law without talking about the more anti-white moral imperative, the social imperative of our age. Because the law is irrelevant. Before the laws were changed, before there was something called affirmative action, they were interpreting every law on the books, ignoring every law on the books, interpreting and ignoring and applying every law, code, custom, moray, etc., wherever they controlled a node of power, so that it would comport with the anti-white, immoral, moral imperative, the social morality of our day that we are subjected to and suffer from. That's what matters, not a particular law. Already in Florida, we see they make these efforts. What, in West Virginia too? They make these efforts. They're like, you're not going to have this anti-whiteism without saying anti-whiteism under this moniker. And the anti-whites are like, okay, Tard, we'll just change the name. Just like we've said, just like all of you said. And that's exactly what they do. State and local programs benefiting underrepresented, in other words, privileged groups, in a range of professions have become ripe targets for conservative activists. I wish they were ripe targets. I wish our conservative brothers and sisters went out there and said, no more of this anti-whiteism. No more of the anti-whiteism. We're not going to tolerate any more of it. Then you would be saying something. Coming in and saying, this particular law under this particular rubric has to go is saying nothing. Actually, it is. It's saying that you're a coward. Such programs are ripe targets, legal experts say, in part because nearly every single state and locality has one or more that benefit women, non-whites, and other underrepresented, so privileged groups. So all over the country, at every single level, state, county, parish, obviously the feds, but at every level, you see laws, norms, codes, customs, traditions that are anti-white. And quite honestly, the anti-whites don't need these laws to actually say these things anymore. They control the nodes of power, almost all of them. So anti-whites will be interpreting what's on the books. These companies have been, for generations, for Christ's sake, have been hiring, have been discriminating against white males, persecuting white males on the basis of our birth, and then giving these jobs away to everyone else. That's been happening for generations. It didn't just start. Leonard says, Jason, are you getting involved in physical fights with anti-whites? And are you still getting involved? And how did you learn fighting? Great question. And in my age, and with the way things are in the world, I'm not going to be getting into a physical fight unless there is no way out of it. And if there is no way out of it, I am ending the threat. before it even gets to a point that it could really be problematic, if I can't get away, which is what I'm going to do in all cases, I'm going to get away. If I can't get away, I'm ending the threat. How did I learn how to fight? I went to the beginning of how I learned how to fight. I went to a junior high school where anti-whites were in charge, and they had a brand new idea about punishment. The brand new idea was that since so many of these other groups of people, they have a little bit more of a liberal interpretation of the rules where they misbehave a lot, they decided, well, when they fight, we'll just break them up and send, because if they didn't do that, then this was equity all the way back then in punishment. So too many non-white kids were getting suspended and expelled and etc. So they just did away with a bunch of the rules, including rules on fighting. So they literally, I am not joking, you would have kids beating the shit out of each other, and teachers would come up and say, go to your own classes. Seriously. Kids would get sent to the office and they would say, don't do it again, go back to class. Seriously. So going into that environment, knowing that's where I was going to go, and then being there and seeing what was going on, I went to my father, a construction worker who had served in the military, a hardcore ass kicker, actually been in his life in a lot of fights. And I said, how do I hold my fist? How do I throw a punch? And he gave me some basics, because he was just telling his son how to protect himself. And then I went about a whole, you can look to my book, Crucible, how I went about training myself, finding weak spots. And of course, later in life, I learned a bunch of other tactics to end threats to myself and those around me. Patriot said, well said, the passion rings true as the bell of liberty sounds for no white guilt. Very well written. Thank you for that. Good to see you, Patriot. Jay Bishop is here as well. Masumek, hello, sister. Great to see you both. And just taking a quick scroll back, and we're going to keep rolling with this. Is that McGrim is here? Hello and welcome. If I have put the stress in the wrong place, please let me know. Cool Papa J Magic, great to see you, champion. I'm here too, driving with no white guilt, as everyone should be. My son and I are playing chess with no white guilt, says Azimuth Clark. Awesome. Raising a man of the West in that little one. That's awesome. All right, I'll keep taking a look at what you all are saying, and we'll keep rolling along. Make sure you tag me on all these different platforms as No White Guilt, so that I can come back to what you specifically are saying. Questions you have, as you can see, you ask a good question, I can open it up. People can learn. Rory is here. Great to see you, brother. We have up next to discuss here, women have ousted men. And we talked a little bit about this the other day, how females, and here our concern, of course, is with white females. Then we're going to be watching King Dice, a little bit of King Dice, and we're going to be talking about that. I'm going to get into this really quickly, though. But the connection here of the story we just talked about was that the discrimination, note what the actual anti-white authors said, that if they lose this legal and socially moral laws, rules, codes, norms of discriminating, then women and non-whites won't be able to get jobs. Who then is the state discriminating against? White males. And now you wonder why the females are the ones buying the houses. White males have been absolutely eviscerated by this anti-whiteism. And the vast majority of white females have gone along with it. And now The little girls are out to buy all their own houses. And we covered the story of how in every state but 3, single females are leading in buying their own king houses. Which means what else? What does that mean for males? White males who get married to these females. They own the house. That's that much more. The male, how much more of a abject, servile pussy can society make of the male? And then white females participate in that pussification. They're effectively, not only do they have to submit, because the female has the social power and the legal power, but now she can just throw his ass out on the street because it's her house. But I'm sure in the modern parlance, even for white females, it be her crib. It be her crib. Don't it, white females? Don't it? Do it be your crib? And disgusting. Sometimes, I know the men of the West who are here, sometimes you look out into the world, you must have the same experience as me, and you think to yourself, I'm the last white man. I'm the last one. There might still be white people here, but I'm the last white man. There are so few of us.
Experts say the rising cost of rent is what's driving many to make these purchases. Right now, there is a growing number of single women who are purchasing homes on their own.
Oh, that's so great. That's so wonderful.
According to the latest data from Maxwell, about 50...
Now, why is it that white women are purchasing so many homes on their own? Could it be because what the Washington Post said, what we might lose, we've had in place for generations now, this discrimination against white men. And I swear to Christ, any white person out there, male or female, that says, well, white man can get a job if he wants. They're just faking. You need to have to eat with a straw. This is the consequence. White males can't afford their own home. They can't afford VA. They can't afford anything anymore because they can't get a fucking decent job.
55% of these women are under 35 years old.
The majority of them are under 35 in this day and time.
And half of them have a college degree. Experts say with more women in the workforce, they can make investments for their future.
Oh, they're making investments for their future when they can just say, oh, this is my house, get out. Talk about destroying the white family. You put the stability and success and prosperity of the white family in the hands of emotionally driven women, and you wonder, well, why wouldn't that work out good? Why wouldn't that work out just fine? Promethean Kitchen saying, have you ever considered running as governor of Virginia? I have considered running for governor of Virginia, but there is no hope in it until the white race decides who they like for leadership. At this point, it would be a colossal waste of money for a campaign. Colossal.
She said more women.
And Sloth's pointing out, I shouldn't have had to learn how to fight. Precisely. My educational experience should have been surrounded by white children, and it should have been total focus on education. There shouldn't have been any violence in the school. It should have been like it was before so much of it was white erased. What would I have been able to do with my life if it had been like that? I was excelling and everything went to shit when I had to start physically and and with my words as well, defending myself, orally and physically defending myself. I got advice concerning my character from my parents, says B. I see Edwin is here. Hello to you. They said they did not like the self-righteous nature I had, calling out anti-whiteism, and I was worldly calling it out. Thoughts? No, continue to have your self-righteous. Yeah, they don't like it because it puts them in the position of the bad guy for not defending victims on the basis of our birth. So continue to be self-righteous because you are the moral actor. And anyone who would give reason for the victimization of white people are immoral actors. So, yeah, of course, they're trying to say, no, don't act moral about this. Of course, that's evidence that Jason is right. They're very uncomfortable with that. No shit. Don't act moral about this. Don't be in the moral position. Don't demand that I defend the victimizer. Of course. Put down your defense. Allow yourself to be victimized, they say. Fuck you. So my advice is to continue doing the same thing. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Great to see you. Some parts of the country was not subject to needing to fight, was avoided until the late 2000s. I understand and get it. The subject to fight culture. Marluxia is here. Hello and welcome. All right.
Are becoming educated. More women are becoming more independent.
More women. This is the anti-white narrative. More women are now getting educated. They're now getting independent. They're now finally getting in charge. It's only been that way for generations, right? It's only been that way for generations. When women were getting educations, they were getting independent, they were out in the world. But you know what? In the anti-white narrative, it's always now women are getting educated. Now they're getting independent. Now that will never end because that's part of the anti-white narrative. It could be 100 years from now, and they will still be saying, finally, women are getting independent. Women are getting educated. And the vast majority of the population will just droolingly, bovinely accept it. Now it's finally happening. Look all this. Trapped in abject hell. Let's listen to King Dice making some fun of this, and I'll keep an eye out for your comments. Here we go.
Of the Union address, which gathers the largest audience of any political event each year. The regularly scheduled programming on all of the major broadcast networks.
What did I think? I guess that was a question earlier. What did I think of the State of the Union? Pathetic, circus, performative, ridiculous, sophistical, duplicitous. I mean, we could go on and on. It's garbage. Biden is garbage. He's anti-white garbage. The sucker behind him there on the left, his right, is anti-white garbage. Johnson could have been, you see a lot of our conservative brothers and sisters in there like, he had class because he didn't do anything. Because he shook his head, and that means he has class. Fuck you and your class. But man, that shit is done. Where does white people get these ideas? Where do you get these ideas? Why do we allow such white people to talk? Johnson, when he heard Biden, some of the things Biden said, Johnson should have roared because much of the speech was droll. It was facetious. It was wildly, ridiculously comical. parts of it. The lies were so outrageous. He should have roared with laughter when it was droll, and he should have condemned. He should have said out loud, ridiculous, asinine, total lie behind Biden, and just trip his ass up. What, do you not want to do it because you want to play by the rules? Well, because if you break the rules, maybe they will break the rules. That's all they do is break the rules. Sewing circle? That's all they do.
Works is interrupted for the speech, and it's like the Super Bowl in politics. And last night's with old Joe was a doozy, and so was the Republican response. So you're definitely going to want to stay tuned for my analysis of that, because as you know, I don't sugarcoat anything, not even what the Republicans do. It began with Joe literally going off script and admitting the obvious.
Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now.
When he said that, I actually said out loud, get out. Get out.
Well, Joe, we know, unfortunately, you're not. And so the State of the Union address, which obviously is supposed to talk about how well things are going in America, began with old Joe talking about how we should give more of our tax dollars to foreign countries.
Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons.
This is State of the Union. I'm sure you've heard elsewhere. He starts off talking about Ukraine. America does not want this war. America wants to stop spending money. The vast majority of Americans are sick of it. But they're at war. The anti-white oligarchs at war with us. They don't give a shit what we think. And you think you're going to put up a little Katie Britt or Ben Carson to fight against these people? Fucking, I swear, I don't understand the stupidity.
The money, the weapons, which we don't have because we're bankrupt. But the highlight of the evening occurred before old Joe even began his speech. He was wandering around the chamber trying to find his way to the podium when he was confronted by the great Marjorie Taylor.
The nameless one says, I loved reading about you cultivating your fighting spirit. You shouldn't have had to fight people, but I'm grateful we have you to speak for our biospirit and white well-being. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that, folks. And you can read about that in my book, Crucible. Check it out.
Taylor Green, and the look on his face says it all.
Look over here.
She's wearing a MAGA hat and a shirt that says "Say her name."
You know what? Marjorie Taylor Greene is the only one with any balls, and there are a lot of people, especially I know that Lil Nicky hates her because she didn't know who he was. A lot of people in politics that spoke with him did not know who he was and what he was all about. They thought it was some young, from their perspective, it was like some young Republicans group that had a bunch of young people showing up. That's what they thought. That was obviously what they thought. They did not agree with Fuentes's low IQ J-spurging. That's what they thought. And then when they found out that, oh no, this isn't some young Republican group with this young Republican leader. No, this is actually some low IQ J-spurging, incel, closet-dwelling, basement-dwelling, game-playing losers. They then said, I have nothing to do with them. She was one of them. And I grade people or evaluate people on their actions. And I don't care about if she talked about some kind of nutty laser beams or any of these other nutty things that she's talked about. What I care about is the action right now. And she's at State of the Union with MAGA gear on. I mean, the only thing, she should have brought in a MAGA flag. Maybe that's what I would have done if I were there. But she was in there with MAGA gear on. And then she's talking about Laken Riley, and she's got a pen, say his name. She actually confronts this corpse and chief, pedophilic, child-sniffing president and says, say her name, and so throws him that he ends up doing it.
About Laken Riley, the Georgia college student who was killed by the criminal illegal invader He tried to slip away and escape, but Marjorie Taylor Greene persisted, and then this happened, which set the stage for a truly remarkable event later.
I know how to say the name.
Look at it. He's an old man talking to a nurse. You see that there? He's like, I know how to do that. I can go pee myself. You know, I mean, it's just, he's an old man talking to a nurse at a nursing home. So he's like, I could say, he wants to please, you know, like the old people who are at that moment in the please the others rather than in the crotchety mode.
Laken Riley. Say your name, Mr. President.
Look at him.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
So then, maybe 45 minutes or so into his speech, he finally started to address the crisis at the southern border. But of course, to the Democrats, the real crisis is that they just can't automatically grant the 2 million criminal invaders who break into our country every year automatic American citizenship and get them on the Democrat voter rolls and the government welfare dole in order to implement the Cloward Piven strategy. And so Marjorie Taylor Greene started heckling him again about him not mentioning Laken Riley's name. And then miraculously, this happened.
I'd be a winner. Not really.
Hear that? And then the Democrats booed her. That was so beautifully played. But I don't think she thought to herself beforehand, I'm going to shout out, say Laken Riley, and they'll boo me, and that'll make them look bad. I would have been able to compute that. But she yells that, and they boo. Good. And then, because he's an old man trying to appease his nurse, he does this.
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley, he says. Well, you get an A for effort. And that's the pin that she handed to him. He didn't know what to do with it, so he said it on the podium. And this is completely off script. And it's actually quite incredible. Marjorie Taylor Greene shamed the president of the United States into finally saying her name and saying this.
An innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals?
So calling this person an illegal has gotten him into the slightest bit of trouble with the anti-whites, because we all know that no human being is illegal, especially when they are white erasing white people.
For parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand.
But while it is amazing that he was basically bullied into saying her name and raising awareness about this issue, at the same time, he also disrespected her and the thousands of other Americans who have been killed by illegal aliens over the years by trying to downplay the threat that they pose. He wasn't quite articulate with what it was that he was trying to say because he was going off script. But when he started to say something about, but how many of the thousands of Americans killed are killed by illegal aliens? He wasn't pointing out the fact that over the years, thousands have been killed. It's over 100. It's usually hundreds every single year. They always just get a 15-second soundbite on the local news, and very rarely do they become a national issue like this. But he was trying to downplay that threat by comparing the hundreds who are killed by illegal aliens every year to the thousands of people who are murdered in general by fellow Americans each year, which is despicable.
Yeah, that's an anti-white tactic, and it's been employed for many years to say that, well, why would you complain about a border crosser raping or murdering you when there are murderers and rapists in this country? I mean, this is the kind of thing, this is the kind of reasoning or lack thereof, illogic, pretexts that anti-whites will employ to get to anti-white conclusions. It's totally illogical to increase the number of rapists and murderers in the country and to say that that's justifiable because there are already rapists and murderers in the country.
The Democrats are very upset that he went off script and mentioned Laken Riley's name and used another word that they want to throw us all in jail for using.
Now, you should have said undocumented, but that's not a big thing, okay? What's the big thing about
No, I actually wasn't even going to ask about that. I was just going to ask more about the moment.
And then, yes, there was Dice did another video. A lot of people are talking about the fact that the speeches for Biden over the past 3 years have been, the State of the Unions have been almost identical.
But you do think that he should have said undocumented? That wasn't going to be my question.
Well, we usually say undocumented. He said
But he said illegal. But he did stop himself before he said illegal alien, which is still too nice of a term. They are criminal invader illegal aliens. As usual, the evening was filled with countless stumbles, stutters, and mistakes from old
You gotta love King Dice.
Joe trying to get through the script on the teleprompter. I haven't seen a compilation of all of the dozens of them yet, but here's just a small sample of him trying his best.
I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, and even Moscow, probably.
And just like every Hollywood award show, you can't get through a Democrat's State of the Union address without pandering and giving a shout out to the rainbow people.
I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back.
Let me just translate his mumbling there. He said his message to transgender Americans is...
Now remember, Dice can say things like rainbow people for entertainment. We don't say something like that in our interactions. They're anti-white.
He has their back. And when touting the Equality Act, that's the Orwellian legislation, which, if passed, would mandate that everybody from business owners and teachers and gym locker rooms allow anybody to simply identify as whatever or whoever they want to and allow them to go into women's spaces. And then there would be nothing that anybody could do to legally stop them. Bernie Sanders was wearing a mask. And no, this is not from previous State of the Union addresses from years ago. This may recall years later, the CDC finally admitted is basically the only kind of mask which actually does offer any kind of protection against the, you know what, somebody made up this State of the Union bingo card. And while I didn't tally it, I'm sure that if anybody played this game, they would have definitely won within the first 15 minutes with boxes like coughs, paying their fair share, shrinkflation, January 6th, an awkward pause, LGBTQIA rights, etc., etc. And after the speech wrapped up, thankfully, the camera was there to capture this moment on tape because you have to see it to believe it.
Yeah, you were on fire. You were on fire.
Nobody's going to talk about cognitive impairment now.
You were on fire.
I kind of wish sometimes there was cognitive impairment.
Now, the audio is very difficult to hear there, but just listen again. That's Jerry Nadler, who says nobody's going to talk about cognitive impairment anymore because his speech was so amazing. Jerry the Penguin Nadler, who denies that Antifa even exists, you may recall when he was confronted about it in the streets of D.C., he said that was just a myth that Republicans are making up. And then Joe Biden literally responds that sometimes he wishes he was cognitively impaired. Seriously.
Nobody's going to talk about cognitive impairment now.
Yeah. You were on fire.
I kind of wish sometimes there was cognitive impairment.
Who would say that? I kind of wish I was cognitively impaired. I do. I kind of wish, folks. I kind of wish I was cognitively impaired. Look at his face. You are cognitively impaired. You are a walking corpse. And you know what? Something I was wondering, why isn't any of the media, or any of the alternative journalists, why aren't any of them investigating the people behind Biden? Like, surely he has some sort of kitchen cabinet, some sort of team that are his brain. They constitute his brain. Who are these people? Seriously, who are they? Why isn't anybody investigating? That would be fascinating to find out. Who are the Biden puppeteers? And I'm not talking about like the financiers and multimillionaire anti-white oligarchs. I mean the actual team of thinkers that are doing his lousy speeches and just rewriting them over and telling him clearly what to say and running up to him and protecting him and saying, that's it, folks. Why don't we have their names and faces? Let's see who Biden really is. How many hands have to go up his ass to work his mouth? By the look on his face right there are quite a few hands up his ass.
Kind of wish sometimes I was cognitively impaired. Seriously, he said that. After the speech, Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social.
So trade rules. Buy America's been the law since 1933. Also,
that's how their faces look to me all the time anyhow.
So it won't go into effect until 2025. And by the way, that law was written.
That's funny.
And the benefit expires in 2025. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those.
What is that? Like a almost hairless chihuahua. My God.
Forest fires.
But the circus didn't end there, because after the State of the Union address, it's customary for the opposing political party.
Okay, so this is where I've got a, where we're gonna maybe get a little fiery. I hope not, because I've been
issue
fiery.
a response. And somebody in the Republican Party had the brilliant idea to choose Alabama Senator Katie Britt, who on the surface seems like a good choice. Beautiful woman. I believe she is the youngest senator, or the youngest female senator, at least currently in the Senate. But wait for it.
Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command.
Oh, God. I was not able to watch almost any of it. And I've seen some clips. Maybe I should go through the whole thing at some point. But this is, at this moment, as I look at her, and what I know about her is this speech. And at this moment, and unless or until I get more information, she is representing everything that I hate about white people. This absolute pacifism, this concern with all the other races of man, this verge of tears with every sentence, this faux performative, breathy modern Christian preacher pussification. This is everything that is wrong with the white race. It disgusts me. I'm glad that others, like Dice, is unhappy with it, but it goes further. I mean, we are reaching out. Here's the big difference. She is approaching this scenario, this challenge, with love, but with a passive energy. We approach the challenge with love, but with an aggressive energy. Those are two totally different universes. I think a lot of people in the white sympathetic sphere, they hear about us approaching this challenge of our victimization with love, hope, and redemption, and they immediately and erroneously conclude that it automatically means a passive energy, like she is exhibiting here, a surrendering energy like she exhibits. But we are the inverse of that. We are the antithesis of that. We are an aggressive energy. And those are two totally different things. She's begging for the end of the victimization, and we're telling you that you're going to bleed if you don't stop victimizing us. Those are two totally different things. And by bleed, I mean it metaphorically.
The free world deserves better than a dithering and diminished leader.
Dithering and diminished leader.
America deserves leaders who recognize that secure borders, stable prices, safe streets, and a strong defense are actually the cornerstones of a great nation.
It turns out that she is the trophy wife of a retired NFL player who, like the hot chick in high school who joins the drama club and is allowed to act in the school play, not because she has any skills whatsoever, but just simply because she's hot. By the way, that was not just one.
The quavering is a great a tangible example of that surrender passive energy. And the quaver is that warbling or the quivering of the voice.
A small little segment.
So don't say a quavering voice. That's redundant.
Of the speech. Literally the entire speech was that absurd.
We see you, we hear you, and we stand with you.
We hear you, we stand with you.
I mean, come on. This is the problem. You're asking, would I run for governor of Virginia? I'm afraid white people would vote for this. That's the problem. Trump is an old man, and they view Trump as a shrewd, old, and therefore not threatening business owner. And they get the feeling that they're finally not talking to the managers anymore. And that correlates to elected representatives, but they get to talk to the owner behind things, Donald Trump. That's why they like Trump. An aggressive man, white man, saying no more victimizing us. That is the opposite of what white America would vote for. This is what, and that's why the white males that they vote for are like Johnson, are like Youngkin. They're all like, also these like breathy, talking about the feelings of everyone. I mean, talk about the stereotype and women doing nothing about pushing back on the stereotype that they elect the losers that ruin the West.
At least she did give the Republican response from her kitchen where she belongs. But seriously, this woman should have been reading her kids bedtime stories or getting their lunch prepared for school in the morning, not playing United States Senator, and certainly not spending half of her time away from home in Washington, D.C., playing a U.S. Senator. Let's watch just a little bit more. This might actually be even more entertaining than Old Joe's speech. Here, she almost broke down into tears.
Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is undercutting America's workers.
Undercutting America's workers.
China is buying up our farmland,
buying up our farmland. I mean, the whole thing. Fuck's sake. And Trump said, he was very impressed. Now, I get him saying that to appease the sewing circle. But I mean, she is the epitomization of the sewing circle. She is the sewing circle personified. When the sewing circle gets together, they chant to summon this bitch, who then the smoke curls up and she suddenly appears in the middle of the sewing circle and quavering and crying, and they all then bow down to her. Oh, sewing circle priestess, thank you for being so pathetic and wimpy and apathetic. Thank you for surrendering and acquiescing to our victimizers. I have crocheted this for you. That's what they do. That's the sewing circle. Now we know. The sewing circles are actually covens. And they get together and they summon these bitches. And then that's who we get to rule us. Whether it's an actual female, whether it's a female without a penis or a female with a penis like Youngkin, this is what we get.
On our military installations and spreading propaganda through the likes of TikTok. You see, the CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation,
babies. How much do you want to bet she's not going to say anything about the communists pushing anti-whiteism? Because that would be totally immoral in today's age. That they're harming white people? No. But she'll be happy to talk about the children. Anybody want to go find some pictures of her with the children in Alabama? I wonder, just like that other woman out west, who all those photographs of her, and with all politicians, forget about it. All Republican politicians, when they're with the children, I wonder what children she's talking about.
It conquers America.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we all know that a woman should not be the president, but don't make me say that they shouldn't be in the Senate either. Like I said, Joe Biden's speech was a doozy, and so was the Republican response. And so this weekend, get free shipping off of any of my shirts at markdice.com
Nice.
by using the promo code
That was Dice, ladies and gentlemen. Can you believe it? Trump better not choose this woman to be his running mate. It would be one of the biggest mistakes he could ever make. Wing Production says, run for Virginia's governor. Think of the Overton window. Ron Paul didn't have a snowball chance. His son is now a top senator. Well, his son is known because of Ron Paul. His son reaped the benefits of Ron Paul's support especially when Ron Paul, when everybody knew he was going to be retiring and leaving. I mean, honestly, if the sewing circle, which is a giant chunk of the population of Republican voters, if the sewing circle saw the likes of me today, come on, be serious. You see who they're voting for. Be serious. The sewing circle would be apoplectic. All them ladies of both sexes would be on the ground, just exercise him. Then they would be telling the men in there, they'd be browbeating the shit out of the men in their lives. And they'd be like, I own this house, motherfucker. You could just get out. If you're going to support that Jason for governor, you could just get out. That's what would happen. So there'd be no way. There would just be no way. You know, what's going to have to happen is guys are going to have to tell, and this is what's going to happen. If Trump chooses this Katie Britt, and we can talk more about that maybe on the Twitter space about who Trump should choose. But if he chose Katie Britt, I will start a movement to prevent her from winning president after Trump leaves. I will do whatever I can, and white men all over the country should join me to put an end to it, because she would be the perfect person to have in office to exacerbate, to speed up the anti-whiteism while the country goes back to sleep because they feel like this delicate little flower is in the White House. She would be pushed around like a poodle is pushed around. We need a big ass male Rottweiler. That's what we need. But he's got to have the genius of a poodle, but be in a Rottweiler body, because this woman, she ain't even a poodle. I mean, a poodle's at least smart. She's like a Pomeranian. So it would be no problem to scare the shit out of her or to convince her that this is for the babies, especially the non-white ones. And she would capitulate. This would be like back to the old days, where when the Republican would win office, that would be the end of the resistance. We can't take it. We can't have it. Sloth says, if you become governor somewhere, I'd be taking early withdrawal from my savings to live there. Wouldn't that be something? Man, shit would change. If I were governor of Virginia, I would triple the size of the National Guard, and I would be an absolute terror on the anti-whites in the state. I would run everybody out of Virginia who worked for the federal government. They'd be living back in Maryland or Pennsylvania or even out in West Virginia. They wouldn't be welcome in Virginia. We would make it so uncomfortable for them POSs. And with that, we'll be right back.
I wanted to give you a quick update. Kai is a big humper. He's overstimulated, literally humping everyone. And a lot of the dogs did not like it. He is social, but he's more concerned about humping everybody than he is playing in.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. You know what it's time for. It is time for the swashbuckling. Make sure you get out your raucous emojis, and we are going to celebrate in huge fashion as soon as we can get this underway, because we're almost there. We had so many pieces of news up on the screen. But let's begin by celebrating the one and only, the epic, the Superman of Superman, and it is the one and only General Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Wallpaper in the world, as you know, IRL champion extraordinaire. Make sure he knows and feels the love. Look at all this. End anti-whiteism. End anti-whiteism. The media is anti-white. God bless this hero all over the state. God bless him everywhere he goes. The one and only 007's Arogus emojis for Franklin. Franklinator. Let's also keep it going for John. Check this out. He continues to drive our highways with messages of love, hope, and redemption. Anti-whiteism is psychological warfare. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Folks, he's driving around town. Thousands of people are seeing this on the window. Check this one out. Concern for our people is healthy and moral. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Man, the guy has great handwriting. I love it. Big raucous emojis. 96s. 96s in the live chats. 007s. Dazzling a virtuosic display of swashbuckling, pristine behavior. That's some epic swash, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for John. There's also got some big give it up swashbuckling. I've been on a number of these Twitter spaces. The other day I was on Diligent Denizen's Twitter space, and I actually sponsored it. It was a dazzling performance of myself. It was admirable, if I must say. Big swashbuckling there. Many follows came thereafter. Once people can hear me, they hear what I have to say. It's the exact opposite of what the subversives were trying to convince you all along. People hear me, they hear what I have to say, and then they want to follow, they want to support. A big percentage of them. Make sure that you promulgate, that you brute the work that we're doing here, the lexicon and dialectics, but also yours truly, these shows. God bless the big swashbucklers, and that's what we're celebrating here. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the great swashbuckler of all time, ForNull, who we were just playing his latest song. He does so much for white well-being. He's swashbuckling everywhere you go, ladies and gentlemen. One of the absolute very best of our swashbucklers. God bless him. 007s, 96s, crowns and more crowns for ForNull. God bless you, brother. We also want to celebrate at the very beginning for white well-being. We played a new one of his clips that he has made. Let us bask in the spectacular aura of For White Well-Being and the work that he does. What a moving piece that is that he created. Very exciting. God bless you. Crowns and gems for that man as well. 96s. Let's celebrate Azimuth Clark, who gave a testimonial on over at ForNull's latest video. He wrote this: I started watching No White Guilt. His go-free method has changed my life. I live in a white positive world now where I am driven by the love for our people and not the hatred of others. Anti-whiteism is immoral. Love, hope, and redemption for Western kind. Man, those kind of testimonials. Make sure you give your testimonials, ladies and gentlemen. Stand up straight. Get this man some dragons and some swashbuckling flags. Make sure the swashbuckling flag is used in abundance for Franklin, for John, for me over on these Twitter spaces, for ForNull, for White Well-Being, for Azimuth Clark. It's all swashbuckling. We are swashing. That's what this is all about. Promulgating the work that we are doing, changing the world, ladies and gentlemen. Where others have only complained, where others only co-opt, where others only steal, where others only make excuses, where others try to subvert what we do. We are changing the world. God bless Azimuth Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a champion, you know, a champion of champion. He's such a champion. The gems are in his shape, in his likeness on the crowns that we wear. It is clips. No white guilt clips, ladies and gentlemen. One of his latest views that he just made, it's the one on white men providing the nursery room of Western civilization for women and how white men are not thanked for it, but they're sure as hell going to be complaining when they can't go outside and not get gang raped. That video by itself has 130 swashbuckling 1,000 views on it. Oh my God. Stiff salutes, ladies and gentlemen. But it goes further than that. How busy have you been since the beginning of 2024? How epic has your service been in these past 2.5 months? No White Guilt Clips has already amassed 521,540 views. 521,540 views of clips that he has made of yours truly. Give it up. Massive swashbuckling salutes, crowns and gems, flags galore, ladies and gentlemen. 96s for this hero. Already over 500,000 views, 2.5 months in to 2024. If you can't make clips, no big deal. If you can't make them yourself, no big deal. You follow No White Guilt Clips on all of his platforms, and you share everything he does to magnify the work of this champion of champions. My God, talk about swashbuckling. Talk about giving a shit about where we go in this world. We got to love this man. Let's celebrate the OT leader, biospirit of the West. Not only is this man a swashbuckling epic hero on his own, but he heads up the OT and is purifying and magnifying the work that they are doing. He's pulling more horsepower out of that. He's boring out the cylinders, pulling more and more horsepower. He's clipped on a turbo onto the engine, pulling more and more horsepower out of the OT. Give it up for the great biospirit of the West and the hard work that he is doing as a swashbuckler himself, but also leading the team of the greatest swashbucklers that have ever served white well-being. He has these words for all of us. He says he wants to celebrate all the swashbuckling run in the OT, taking it to another level. West has these to celebrate. Baron, who we just saw not too long ago in the live chat, he has recently invited a political leader of the Australia First Party to their GFC meeting. The leader accepted it, greatly enjoyed the meeting, loves the Go Free method. Ladies and gentlemen, loves the Go Free method. He bought a copy of Go Free and said it's exactly what he's been looking for years. Oh my God. You better wrap this man Baron in some big swashbuckling flags. Throw the gems at his feet so his feet can't find the ground. Give it up for Baron over there in our great country of Australia. Give it up also for Lachie Thunder from Down Under, who is also currently discussing white well-being and Go Free with a local politician and has invited him to the GFC meeting. Big salutes to Lachie Thunder and the work that he is doing over there, reaching the politician. We know that all across the white sympathetic sphere, others will be claiming that they did this, and we did it. We were the people who did it. We were the ones who made it happen. Celebrate those leaders. We also want to celebrate the two newest members to the OT. We're almost done celebrating. The two newest members are T. Stellar and James. T. Stellar is an epic champion daily on Twitter, says West, and James is active in the YouTube comments, kicking swash over there, kicking swash, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for both of these two new members making it happen in the OT. We also want to celebrate that the meme champions, the meme lords and ladies are over on the Telegram group, the OT Telegram group, where you can find all the greatest of memes that you too can share. Make sure that you get involved in the OT. You can become a member, an advocate of white well-being that changes the world. Want to also celebrate the YouTube champions here. Cool Papa J Magic, the White Baron, celebrating him again over there on YouTube and his activism. Just the misses, all of them getting outstanding upvotes using the Go Free method. I mean, folks, we're talking about hundreds, thousands of upvotes using the lexicon and the dialectics. Big salutes to these people. Over on Twitter, West also wants us to celebrate Ivan the Huggable, Big Swash, over there on Twitter, as well as Homeless Bear and Nocturnia. I have seen these champions at work myself. They're doing epic things. Celebrate them big. Let them know how much you love them. Let them know how much you care about the charity, their activism, which is charity for the well-being of our people. Your children, your life, yourself, your parents, everyone you love. Celebrate these people. Make sure they get crowns, ladies and gentlemen. Want to celebrate. Let's see, who else do we have here? More comments about Jonathan and his stickering, as well as we were showing you right there on the screen what he's doing on the back of his car. So he's stickering as well for white well-being. Give it up for the also IRL that he is up to, not just on the back of the car. If you want to participate, says West, reach out. The link for you to do so is in the description below. You'll find the Twitter team, Twitter outreach team, OT. Just in the description below, you'll see White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. Send them a DM on Twitter if you don't want to send an email or you can't. Over on Twitter at WWB Outreach Team. Become a part. And ladies and gentlemen, the last thing we want to celebrate, inching closer. We had the great Spirit of the West, the Biospirit of the West, share with us 2 weeks ago about our 501c3, the foundation for white well-being. This will be the biggest swash of all, ladies and gentlemen. The 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization coming soon. The mission statement: the Foundation for White Wellbeing is an educational organization committed to preventing cruelty to our most vulnerable and providing dignity for all by ending anti-whiteism. We advance education and science through the promotion and study of the Go Free method, a psychological defense to the psychological warfare being waged against Western kind. The Go Free method eliminates prejudice and discrimination, which benefits all who live in Western civilization. This, my friends, can end up being the engine for the white ADL. At the helm, yours truly, and a world that is revolutionized. We will be right back. Oh my goodness, we're going to get right into, I can't wait. I cannot wait. We're going to get right into the financial gifts. I cannot wait for the Foundation for White Wellbeing and the changes that we can make by heading up an organization like that. Let's go over here to Entropy and have a look and see if anything has shown up over there yet. And it looks like nothing is there yet. We will head on over to D-Live. And anything going on D-Live? Let's see. And nope, no financial gifts there. Didn't miss anybody. Odyssey is the same. Hello to everybody on those platforms. And looks like Rumble is up and working. Great to see you all there. No hiccups. And let me see if there are any comments over on the Twitter live stream. I don't see any yet, but you can paste your comment below and I will come back and have a look at it. I'll be keeping an eye out for it. Let me swivel around this way. Thank you all for celebrating those who should be celebrated. That's the world we create in service to white well-being. The only ones, ladies and gentlemen, we are without question inimitable. We are peerless. We are incomparable. And we need to remain that way at the head of the line of those who are in service. Because if not, what is happening? A bunch of complaining. And that's all that's happening in the world today. We have, let's get out big raucous emojis. Big raucous, celebrating raucous emojis. Promethean Healing, who is over here on Subscribe Star. Gems for this gentleman. Gems, ladies and gentlemen, please. 96s. Swashbuckling. Thank you all for, I see the swashbuckling flags. Well done, well done. Promethean Healing, financially gifting white baby dollars, financially gifting zip the mouths shut of the anti-whites. And how many of those? 100. God bless you, sir. God bless you for your dedication. God bless you for your tenacity. Amazing hero. He writes, to seeing a day when spreading anti-whiteism will have the same stigma as white negativity is today. Very well put. Great Western sunrise is getting closer. Amen to that. Very well put. But as they say, it is darkest before the dawn. Our lexicon is spreading. People are agreeing with us more and more every day. Keep your heads up, brothers and sisters. Much love and God bless. Big time God bless to this hero. Thank you so much for all that you do in service to white well-being, the sacrifices you make, the financial gifts that you give. You're a true champion for white well-being. Great to see you. Over here on, that was on Subscribe Star. Over here on Cash App, we have, let's see, we have Yiz the Unifier. The great Unifier is with us, and she has financially gifted $5 to White Wellbeing. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. I'm psychic, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, well done. Good to see you, sister. Good to see you. We also have Azimuth Clark over here on Cash App, champion extraordinaire, a virtuosic hero of white well-being. $5 financial gift. He says, I love this community. Go free. And he gives 5 little white heart emojis. I love them. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Seamus is here. Get out the raucous emojis for Seamus. Get him out. All that this guy does, he's everywhere. He's in the trenches. He's in the air. He's in the sea. He's fighting for white well-being. $25 financial gift for Seamus. Seamus, God bless him. $25. And he says, save the white baby dollars. He actually wrote that. Save the white baby dollars. Thank you so much, brother. We love you. Fantastic. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. He has communicated. We're going to make this. This is going to be, it's like a bit of a riddle. Can you figure it out? He has already communicated to over 500,000 people. It is no white guilt clips. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Swashbuckling by the hero. Make sure that he feels the love. Make sure that he feels the white hot love in the live chat. He knows how amazing of a man he is because you are celebrating the manly deeds of no white guilt clips. Over 500,000 already viewing the content that we're making. God bless him. And he right here is saluting 100 saluting dollars. 100 saluting dollars. He salutes with 100 saluting dollars. 107 white well-being dollars. God bless you, Clips. God bless you to the end of all days. We have Old Rack has come into the house. Old Rack is here, and he financially gives $10. God bless you, Old Rack. 10 white well-being dollars over here. Throwing fire, spitting fire. And we also have Jason with a very cool name, my friend, financially gifting $5 over here on the Cash App. Thank you so much, Jason. He said, it's not a lot, but I appreciate you so much, Jason. I appreciate you so much. And it is a lot, my friend. It is a lot. We work for a living. I know. God bless you and thank you. Every Every one of us, every one of our deeds, every one of our dollars is a molecule of H2O. And together, we are the tsunami that washes away the anti-whiteism, putrefying our lands. God bless these heroes. Everybody now celebrate the heroes in our midst. Appreciation, big appreciation to and for every single one of you. Let us continue with our work that we're doing here in service to white well-being. What's next on the docket, ladies and gentlemen? Looks like we're still rolling just fine. I love it. I love that we are rolling just fine. We have here the Go Free lesson of the day is up next. The Go Free lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The Go Free lesson of the day comes from Go Free, a practice that you have to learn and then you use in your life on almost a daily basis. And you're going to continue to refer to this. It should get dirty. It should be used up. If you have it as an ebook, the actual device in the cover should be all ruined because you continue to pick it up. You continue to read. You continue to see where you can go right, where you went wrong. You continue to see how you treat your meme pathogens. You continue to look in here for meme curatives. It is a new way, a new lens to see the world. If you're not doing that, you won't be able to get out of the anti-white narrative and be in our story where you are the hero, where we change the world. That's what the practice is all about. That's what we do here. Please get involved. What are we talking about today? Well, I referenced it a little bit earlier. And it was a Twitter space that I was on. Now, what is biospirit? When we talk about biospirit, you hear that often here. And we're going to launch the Twitter space pretty soon. If you're interested in participating, get ready, because I'm going to be launching it pretty damn soon. And oh, you know what I need to do also, because I don't think I did it. Oh, you know what I think maybe I did. Let's see. Get ready for that Twitter space. I think the Twitter space is going to be titled something along the lines of your concerns for Trump and the things that you hope Trump maybe will do in office. And of course, you can talk about other things as well, but that is where we begin. Maybe I didn't drop it over here already. That is most unfortunate because it means I'll have to drop it. And I am going to drop it in here. Nonetheless, here we go. There's the document. And this is the link that we need. You can take this opportunity to get your thoughts together on biospirit, numerical courage, and numerical diffidence. That we are going to briefly talk about in my sort of encounter on a Twitter space with Santos. So let me do this. I was on a Twitter space and we were talking about a number of things on the Twitter space. And then Santos came in there and he was talking about a number of things. He was asked about running in New York, running politicians in New York, because the New Yorkers are getting fed up with the border crossers. And is it time? Is it ripe to try to get a Republican elected there? And Santos, he had some things to say about that confirmed what I teach you all. And so, oh, the hell. That will be fun in a moment. But right now, Let me go back to biospirit. Biospirit is our biological, spiritual instinct. It is every animal on Earth has an instinct. And that instinct holds true with slight variation for its type. And you can have subtypes and you see different instincts. We were talking about dogs. You think about the difference between the instincts in a poodle and a pit bull, which, by the way, I saw probably one of the happiest. I know people out there have pit bulls that theirs is great, but we also know that the vast majority are just garbage animals, and genetically, in my opinion. And anyhow, these people, and it sounded like it was a couple, I could be wrong, with maybe or at least the mother white and then the child seeming to be maybe mixed of what you could see of the child in the video with black. And they had a big old male pit bull, and there was a bull bison standing in a field. And the pit bull decided it was going to run across the field and attack the bison. You got to love it. Well, the bison, of course, lowered its head and was able to take, 2 steps or so, a step and a half before the pit bull got there. The pit bull at a full speed toward the bison was suddenly a full speed going backwards, end over end in the air, and landed on the ground and got up and ran away as quickly as it ran down there. It was a beautiful thing to watch. Having said that, biospirit is instinct. You got a different instinct between a pit bull and a poodle or a retriever, different instincts. The more complex the animal, the more complex the instinct, the more complex what the animal projects onto the world. In humanity and the different races of humanity, that projection onto the world of each individual of a type in its aggregate is what we call culture. This is why white people have never gone somewhere and made Asia, have never gone somewhere and made Arabia. White people don't make that because it's not our instinct. Wherever white people go, we make Western civilization. We project individually our instinct onto our environment. Collectively, that becomes the culture, what our culture is. And then on top of that, we build governance, civilization, etc. Western civilization, wherever we go. Asian people build Asian civilization, as the history tells it. If you find a place where Asians built Arabic civilization, you go ahead and point it out to me. I haven't found it yet. In biospirit, spirit part of it, just recognizing a spiritual element to it that we just can't quite measure yet. But a biological element, certainly. That's biospirit. When a group of people, say a non-white group, is in the West, say like the United States, when it was 90+% white, after we made it. The non-white people are in a state of numerical diffidence, meaning that their fear or the intimidation by the size of the host population keeps them from projecting what they would otherwise project into the world. They attempt to conform to the norm of the host group, the largest group, just like we would behave in China. We would move to comport ourselves to the norms of the Chinese, because there would be too few of us, too many of them, and it would seem scary, whether they actually meant us harm or not, to try to force them to live with our expression. That's numerical diffidence. However, as others pour into a host population's country, at some point, based in large part to numbers, but not only in numbers, there are some other factors involved, like religion that can inspire strength, and on one side and on the other side, the host population's passivity. And so there are some other factors. But one of the biggest factors is numbers. So at some point, you get enough of another type where they feel that they have numerical courage. Once they get numerical courage, they project their instinct onto their environment. Then, at that point, you have a Cold War of cultures. And in my reading of history, every time that there has been this cultural Cold War, sort of cultural arms race, it always ends in a sanguinary conclusion where warfare breaks out and people want to be with norms and with etc. that they recognize that has meaning for them. So that's what happens between numerical diffidence and numerical courage. That is how you can understand it. So Santos came on and he was asked, what about running a Republican in New York? How could that be done to win, given that so many New Yorkers are unhappy with the border crossers? And from his experience, he said, what do you imagine he said? In New York, we have a city, for example, specifically, where you have numerous non-white groups that have numerical courage. They're projecting their norms, their morals, their values onto their environment, which happens to also be our environment and happens to also be this other non-white group and that other non-white group. So you end up what? With competing cultures, competing biospirits in New York, competing norms, competing expectations for behavior. What does Santos say? If you're going to run for office in New York, don't ever talk about values. He specifically said that there are so many different peoples with so many different sets of values that you can't talk about values in New York and be speaking a common language. That is a recognition of my formula of the biospirit, numerical diffidence, and numerical courage. It is a fact on the ground that you have to live with, and a recognition of my formula, understanding the facts on the ground. That you can no longer get elected by talking about Western values, because there are too many people who don't give a shit. They've got their own values, and there are too many of them, and therefore they feel no need to sublimate or to subject themselves, I guess I should say, to subordinate themselves, I guess I should say, to our values and our norms. That DeSantis says, whatever you do, don't talk about values in New York. I've been right all along. Let's have a look at the announcements for today. We have one item from the mailbag, and then we're going to get to the Twitter space right away. Announcement is this. Elenia, do you remember Elenia? We had her on the show. Let's put her up on the screen quickly for a little clip. Victimized. And I'm loving this conversation. I mean, all the way, starting from the very beginning, when you were talking about, I guess it was Romulus and Remus, and they brought the women over. I guess they kidnapped or they brought the women in, but then the women didn't want to leave. I have the same problem. So I mean, I thought this was a perfect conversation. But I'll toss it back. I think you're all right. Let's celebrate Elenia. She's got a brand new baby. She just had a baby, and it's wonderful. A little son of the West. Let's give some hearts and some love. Still in contact, and she's doing good. Her and her husband, they got a brand new little baby. God bless you, and little son of the West. We look forward to him becoming a man of the West. God bless you, sister. God bless everybody for sending out the love. We have the mailbag. Let's get into the mailbag. Whoa, wouldn't you know it? It is the ever reliable, the true saint and champion, Randy. Give it up, big swash. Let's get this man some raucous emojis. 25 white well-being dollars from Randy. He's thinking about us. We're thinking about him. God bless him. God bless you, Randy. Thank you so much. Big salutes. Get this man some crowns. Get him some gems. Loving Randy. Why don't we go ahead and take a 10-second break to break it up, and we'll be right back. We're going to start that Twitter space, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, let's see here. We just got to get out my Twitter. And you can participate. Head on over to No White Guilt NWG on Twitter. And you can speak to the topic or to whatever you like. No cussing. And if you can, try to not cuss. Obviously, no white negativity. We hope to see some people there. And I will continue to engage with all of you here, entering the segment where it is much more interactive. So I hope to hear from you all. I'll be looking for your tags. Hopes and fears for the Trump campaign. How does that sound? Connecting to the space. We're up and running. I should have battery power. All right. Let me take a look at what you all are saying and see if there are any tags for yours truly. Make sure you tag me on these different platforms as No White Guilt. What are your hopes and fears for the Trump campaign? I have to say right out of the chute that my biggest fear right now for the Trump campaign is that he is going to pick a loser of a running mate. Not because he won't get elected. He's going to get elected. They'll have to steal it from him. There's no chance that he's not going to get elected. It'll have to be stolen. He could choose a Dotson as his running mate, and he would win. So saying otherwise is, in my opinion, just foolish. It's going to be actually a landslide. So let me take a quick look. I'll look over here on Twitter, and where are these comments? Are those Twitter comments? I think they are. Let's see. This person, is it Wrecker, says, how about Native European men need to be in control? It is our loving altruism that lights the way. Yeah, absolutely. We need to be, but it's not, it is the aggressive love that we have here, not this pacifistic garbage that we see the majority of conservative voters vote for, Republican voters vote for. We need aggressive love. We also have over here on Twitter, well done, Jason, building up the channel. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's PT something Tacidital. I don't know. Truth makes. So that was PT. We'll just say Peter. Truth makes peace. Says whites do not breed enough while paying taxes. The other races to breed on welfare. Well, yeah, we're not having as large of families, but the reality is, it's a great point. Thank you for jumping in over there on Twitter. The reality is that we don't need a massive population to do world-changing things. We need a focused percentage of the white population today to recapture our destiny and to save Western civilization for everybody who lives in the West. That's what we need. and producing a bunch of children without inoculating them against the anti-white psychological warfare known as anti-whiteism is just to produce more anti-white white people. That's all it is. And that should be patently obvious by now. And if it's not patently obvious by now to you, then it's a warning that you don't really quite have the processing power to figure this out. So instead, have the processing power to figure out who the white male with who is courageous and brave is, and then follow that person and what he suggests. Thank you for those comments. We have over on Rumble, anybody? I see JS says, why is nobody else coming over here? ScrewTube sucks, he writes. Thank you. That's over there on Rumble. Let's see. On D Live, we've got a Otterbox just followed. Just say no followed. And we've got some stickers over there. Little frogs and little dog running along with a machine gun. Gotta love it. Little frog with a badge. And what kind of hat is that? Is that a pirate hat? Very cool. On Odyssey, we have... I don't see any new comments for me there, but I'm keeping my eye open, so we'll see. And swiveling around this way, I'll take a look at YouTube. If you are on the Twitter space, if you decide at some point you would like to speak, just ask for the microphone. I will pass it over. First opportunity. Julesy says, white rural rage topic? Ruby Red, Texas. Panhandle is not ready for what's coming, I think. Nice rural people, too complacent, I think. I moved heaven and earth to get here. Oh, wow. So you've made this big effort to get to a place where the people are, they are a little too naive. The white people are a little too naive, not quite ready for the anti-whiteism that's coming for them, that's hunting them. It might be down to you. It might be down to you to spread the lexical dialectical power of Go Free in that community and direct people to knowwhyguilt.org and these streams so that we can have a conversation with them and begin waking them up. Kingdom of Inland says, by New York, he is referring to NYC or the state. I thought he was referring to the city. So I guess the would be the congressional districts that cover the city. And I get probably the burbs there. But I don't know about the rest of the population of New York. Is it the rest of the population that heavily multiracial? But I mean, talk about a proof of my teachings that you get all these people together, all these different biospirits, and you don't have a set of values and morals that you can speak to anymore because they're all different. Similarities, of course, but there are too many differences to be able to go out and talk about values. Biosphere of the West, I see there in the live chat. Good to see you, brother. Ryan asking, what I do with the money that people give me? Well, I do this. Have you ever had to pay for websites and streams and advertising and etc.? Brad C. is with us. Great to see you, brother. Champion. Looking for other tags. Thank you all for celebrating those who should be celebrated. June says, thank you. No white guilt clips. Yes. Big thanks to our hero clips. I mean, can you imagine how epically pristine this guy is? Olarak says that he is in New York City. Things are at the point where many normal people, even non-whites, are fed up. However, the white guilted whites plus amount of non-whites will never swing to a white Republican. I agree completely. And you pointing out here that there are white people and good white people and good non-white people that are fed up, but it's just not enough. That was the reason for the question being brought up to Santos. That very reason. And Rory says, do you have a link to your live stream? I would love to discuss the recent referendum in Ireland. I haven't heard of the referendum, but you mean my live stream on Twitter? You were on last week, right? Ryan says, thanks for the answer. Loving the stream. You're most welcome. Julesy says, thanks. I was also asking if you might do a segment on the terrible book and the communities it targets. Maybe I will. Yeah, I haven't. I just saw a couple of tweets about it. I didn't see anybody. I didn't see anybody breaking it down already. Maybe has anybody already done that? And are people finding that content interesting? You know, I thought like we're doing these Twitter spaces, and we got 2 requests from Mike. I'm gonna pass it over. But I thought with doing these Twitter spaces at first, I thought, oh, you know what? I really got to have really good content on the Twitter spaces for people to want to show up and stay and participate. And then since then, though, I've listened in and participated in a number of these Twitter spaces. And it could not be more desultory. It could not be more random, banal, prosaic, soporific, lame. So many of the conversations. Just great content. Pfft. Great content, my ass. You'll have one person talking about something substantive and interesting, and then the next person that'll get the mic will say, start talking in the most like rudimentary, broad stroke notions about global warming and how it's a scam, and have no idea about any of the science. Just wanting to share, you know, they've learned a couple of words from a couple of articles, and you're like, wait, what? This is nowhere close to what we were talking. At least be close to the subject. And then the next person will get on there and we'll talk about having a migraine that morning. And I'm like, how are there 500 people listening to this? Anyhow, that's the world we're in today. Julesy says everyone is talking about it. Oh, really? I didn't notice that. I'll have to check it out. Let's see who's up first on our microphone here. Looks like Joshua is getting the mic first. When you have it, you can unmute and participate. And then I will go over to, is that Reparation Nation? Okay. But hello, Joshua. Are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Mic is all yours.
I had a question for you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about Trump. I was wondering, do you have any thoughts or predictions about who his running mate is going to be? Like, the most likeliest candidates for me, I think it might be that Schwami character who's very similar to Trump in a lot of ways, but I think it's probably might be him because, well, the fact that he's not white, which also helps him, and he's more like a rising star in the GOP, but DeSantis' star is kind of fallen. But what's your opinion on that? Do you think I'm way off, or do you have other ideas of who his running mate could be? But that would be the more likely one for me, just because he's non-white.
Yeah, you're definitely on the right trail when it comes to picking a non-white running mate as...
Yeah, and plus it gives the GOP a thing of saying that they're not the R word or something. It gives them that. And of course, we know that they love to do that, like to pander to the non-white, because they've done that a lot in the last couple of years. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're right, brother. Both to pander to non-white people and also to placate white anti-whites to various degrees within the Republican Party, but white people in general, because as a proof, again, of the anti-white narrative, instilling in the totality of the population an anti-white immoral moral imperative as the social morality of our day. So many white people will feel good about the moral act of choosing a non-white running mate on the basis of the person being non-white, and they won't need to know more. Vivek, I think, is who you were referring to, and I think that he would be better and more useful for an America First regime if he were in some other part of the government rather than the vice presidency. The vice presidency is such a, unless he were going to sort of remake it almost, it's such a gelded, how can I even say, like invisible position that I think he would be less effective. I would like him better as a member of the team, I guess, of Trump's team, and able to be like an attack dog that could go out and really slander the hell out of anti-white America, even though regrettably he will likely not be calling it that. My biggest fear for Trump here is that he chooses somebody that advisors are telling him to choose. Number one, that's problematic because when he listens to the advisors, he fails. When he goes with his gut, he does well. So that's in and of itself going to be problematic. But listening to advisors who are contemplating and concerning themselves with the old model of running campaigns and getting elected. The old model is inapplicable here. It doesn't matter who Trump picks as a running mate. The nation, the country, is fed up with the direction that we're going, is fed up with the taxation, is fed up with the inflation. So many aspects of people's individual lives have gotten radically worse. There is no energy behind a Biden, or even if they switch him out at the last minute or try to switch him out at the last minute, or he steps down at the last minute, more of the same is so repulsive to America at this point that Trump could run with a Datsun and would win. Everybody already knows that the vice president really doesn't mean that much. And that's why the old model, the old paradigm has been, we'll pick somebody who will appeal to voters who might not already be interested in you. But the people who are not interested in Trump and not in full rebellion to what's going on in America, in my opinion, are not going to be persuaded to vote for him because he chooses a non-white guy or chooses a woman. They're smart enough to put two and two together and know that the vice presidency really doesn't matter. And if Trump goes the direction of like a Katie Bree, or Britt, I guess it is, Katie Britt, if he goes the direction of that, he's setting himself up in 5 years plus following more persecution, prosecution. And not only that, but the population who voted for him, conservative, Republican voting America, also being targeted by the anti-white Democrats once, and that'll begin to a degree even after Trump wins. But once he's out of office, full speed ahead. And she and anybody else will capitulate to save their own ass, will capitulate on any number of programs, etc., that anti-white Democrats will advance. Persecutions. She would certainly allow it. This simpering, crying female would obviously capitulate to them. What Trump needs, and you'd asked during the stream, who does he need for a running mate? He needs someone, and I said this on a stream, he needs someone on a Twitter space. He needs someone that is just as trapped as him. And I've talked about this, I think, 3 weeks ago. Someone who is just as persecuted, someone who can't run away, someone who can't make a deal, someone who wants to avenge and protect his father. And that's going to be Donald Trump Jr. I don't know if he would want to do it. But in one of my streams, and we're speaking about this from game theoretic strategy. This is the only way that we, the voters, can have any assurance that the person in the vice president slot who is going to have the momentum of the vice presidency running for president after Trump finishes the next 4 years, it's the only way that we can know that that person is going to stay loyal to an America First policy and or at least protecting himself and his father against anti-American efforts to burn them down and then hopefully protect us from burning the country down. Everyone else that they say, well, this guy has been, I was on a stream where they were saying that this person has been loyal and that person has been loyal to him. That doesn't mean shit to us. We can't measure their actual loyalty. There is no dipstick where we can stick it into their soul and know. As human beings, all we can know from the outside is, will they suffer? We need somebody who will suffer with us and therefore will fight with us. Otherwise, we're going to be screwed. I had, and I'll let you respond, brother, in just a second, but a couple of the people in that chat, good folks, and nothing wrong with them, but they tried to make the argument about that being nepotism to bring his son along as his running mate. But it's definitely not nepotism. Nepotism is when daughter Tammy, cousin Tammy, niece Tammy is hired by the boss for the 6-figure salary in accounting when she didn't graduate high school, can't do the job. That's the kind of nepotism that Americans don't like. Americans are fine with, and we think it's obvious, when a relative is hired that can do the job. I mean, everybody has heard, well, he hired his son to do thus and such. Well, can his son do the job? Yeah, his son can do the job. Well, then obviously he's going to take care of his family. Who wouldn't? This idea of not taking care of your family and it being some kind of a value for white people is something we need to flush down the toilet. Other groups of people, no problem with nepotism, no problem. The biggest employer, I saw some stats the other day. It said, now check it out for yourself. I don't know if it's real. I don't know if anything is real, so check it out for yourself. But they said the biggest employer of Asian Americans are Asian Americans. The biggest employer of Black Americans are Black Americans. The biggest employer of Indian, as in from India, Americans are Indian Americans. The biggest employer of Jewish Americans are Jewish Americans. White people are the only people who have this inane idea that we can't help each other. Nepotism is somehow bad. We can't help out our own. Nepotism is bad when the family member can't do the job and yet they're getting paid as though they could do the job. Cronyism is really what Americans hate. But fundamentally, Trump running with Donald Trump Jr. is not nepotism. Why? Because we are the people hiring them. If we don't like father and son running together, then we won't vote for them. If we do, then we will vote for them. There isn't a boss who is forcing us to take Tammy on and be the accountant and make all the errors and the big money while we labor away in the shop. It is our vote. We would be hiring them, not nepotism. That is the only way I think that from the outside, we can create the slightest bit of assurance to protect ourselves. But yeah, Joshua, go ahead. I'll let you respond, and then we'll get to the other request for Mike. Mike is yours.
Hello there. Yeah, that's really good because I kind of agree with that because a lot of the crap that's been going on lately, I would not be surprised if they tried to pull that. And the idea of Donald Trump Jr. actually being his father's running mate may actually be not a bad idea. He's been doing fairly well recently, especially online and all the stuff he's been saying. But yeah, I think that's a fairly good thing if he does, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Can't predict the future, but yeah, that might be ends up happening. Who knows? You've been right so far, so hopefully the being right keeps going on. And speaking of being right, why do you think so many of our people in the white sympathetic sphere don't want to go with someone like you who's always right all the time and end up choosing all these other people like Mark who end up putting them in jail?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think it's semi-complex of why that is. But the main reason that we were able to discern, or accept finally, because we've been observing it now for years and years as we've made the case, is that the majority of the white sympathetic sphere are not revolutionaries who actually want to change things. So in other words, they're not looking out at the world and saying, what works to put an end to our victimization? I'm going to throw my lot in with that. The majority of the white sympathetic sphere is composed of customers who are looking for scapegoats and excuses and so that they don't have to feel obligated to do something, because the feeling of obligation is burdensome. And so they want to escape that. They also want to be able to say that their own personal failures are not their own. So they want a content creator who's going to give them excuses and scapegoats. They also want a content creator who's going to give them credit for things that are good that they didn't do. And we see that all the time. I mean, the Salty guy is a perfect example of that. 40,000 watching live, and he's saying, we did this, celebrating that something happened in the Republican Party or something. And his audience had no part in it whatsoever. But they are customers buying a service, and that's what these content creators provide for them. Let me quickly jump over to the live chat, and we'll get back to the request for Mike on the Twitter space. But first, we want to celebrate. Get out your raucous emojis. Get out your 007s, your 07s, your crowns of glory. Drop the crowns of glory on the head of first, last, ladies and gentlemen, who just financially gift 50 white well-being dollars. Make sure there are so many gems on the ground. His feet can't find the ground, that he's like waddling around like he's in one of those Chuck E. Cheese ballrooms and can't find the floor, sinking in the spheres, the orange-colored spheres. God bless him. First, last. And he says, $50. He says, I'm sorry it's late. No apologies, my friend. That's glorious. God bless you for your service to white well-being. And I will still keep an eye, even though we are continuing the conversation on the Twitter space, on the financial gifts, and of course the live chats. God bless you. Thank you so much for that. We have Wing of Production asking, why stay in the once great state of Virginia? Seems overrun by carpetbaggers. I won't stay here forever. Yeah, definitely not going to be remaining here forever. Also, I can usually tell when you're going to yell. I scramble for my earphone volume. That's splendid, man. That's hilarious. Can somebody grab the link so that Rory can participate? I'd appreciate that. And drop that in there. He can't find how to get on the Twitter space. Yeah, get to that volume button and make sure that I don't blow your ears out when I start losing it over here. We have a couple here. I guess this is on the Twitter. Truth Makes Peace says over 80% of inventions the world uses were by white men, according to a non-white lady PhD. menassociation.org article. And so, yeah, I mean, that's I think, pretty widely known. But check with CNN, nonetheless. Check with CNN. That's true. We're very creative people, and we can be proud of that. We have also adopted and altered the creations of other peoples to suit ourselves, and we celebrate those people for their works. But yeah, we are very creative and industrious people. I love white and then a father figure name. I love everything that you do, but I have a few questions. Well, pose them then. You can write them there and I will see them. I'll keep an eye out. Truth comes back. A reparation should go for descendants of the 1.2 million white Civil War soldiers who freed the black slaves caught in Africa by Africans. Well, I mean, that's something you could say to such people that are asking for reparations for black people, to really rile them up, for sure. That would piss them off. I had quite a few ancestors who fought for the South. So I don't know, would we get anything? We were too poor. We were actually the soldiers in the war. Vivek thinks like a white man with hard work, without handouts. He would be the best VP, says Truth. Only he could be in charge of deportations without being called the R word. Well, we address the R word with our lexicon. If we are trying to outmaneuver the anti-white use of the concept racist, we fail. Everyone fails. He'll be called racial slurs. He'll even be called a white supremacist. And then white people will say, but he's non-white. And it doesn't matter. It's the power of the anti-white ideology, which is why we use the Go Free practice. The 201 IQ psychological defense to the psychological warfare waged against us called anti-whiteism. If we are subjecting ourselves, subordinating ourselves to anti-whites and their norms, their concepts, their values, we can't win. So that's my thought on that. Boris says, European greatness achieved as easily as eating 1/2 pounds of beef a day. Eat your beef. And let's see, Classy says, do we have a real chance of knowing who the running mate will be for Barron in 2056? We got his back. Oh my God, wouldn't that be? That's what I was saying. I mean, have Donald Trump Jr. run, and then you got 4 years, then you got 8 years of Donald Trump Jr., and then guess who comes next? We need people who are trapped. Trump is trapped. Trump Jr. is trapped. Barron will be trapped, until we see signs that they've made a deal and are trying to walk away from it. But this is the reason why invaders always murder the sons, especially the firstborn sons, because they know the sons will fight back to avenge the fathers. I would go to the end of time if I were Trump Jr. to avenge my father. Going to pass it on over to reparations. When you see that you have the mic, you may unmute and begin speaking. If you're ready to speak. Otherwise, you can just hang out, keep it muted, and hang out until you do have something to say. Looks like you have the mic. Now. And looks like we are still...
Is that me to speak?
Yes, it's all you.
All right. Okay. Great to speak to you, Jason. I've been watching your stuff over the years. Been doing very powerful work for the white well-being.
Thank you.
I'm a black person. I'm a black nationalist, but I think it would be more suitable to say I'm a black internationalist, because I believe that for black well-being to be achieved in any of the places in the world where black people are, it can only come about as a result of a construction of an international black entity. So that's the first point. So the first question is, are you similar? Are you like a white nationalist, or only for America, or is your philosophy white nationalist for white people throughout the world? So you're a white internationalist, as it were.
That's an interesting question. The way you're phrasing it there is, as far as like the dichotomy between national versus international, I definitely would not use the moniker white nationalist. That has a meaning in Western civilization that is negative, and it doesn't mean what people very often who consider themselves white nationalists, what they mean by it. So our brothers and sisters out there in their millions, they would they hear, when they hear white nationalists, they're thinking neo-Nazi, white supremacists, want to kill non-white people on the basis of their birth kind of garbage. So not that. I guess you internationalist, would I adopt? I don't think I would adopt that either. I am for, but I see what you're saying in what you're doing with the, the internationality, or an international group that would speak to the needs and well-being of Black people on planet Earth. I see what you're saying, and maybe we could here, if we get financial support, do the same sort of thing, because my concern would be international in nature. The issue is, and the only reason, only reason I raise the point about the use of the term international is that also has currency for my white brothers and sisters, in a negative currency, particularly in sort of patriotic circles. They hear international and they begin thinking that there is a homogenizing, like Target, Walmart force behind it that's going to take away all of the character and cultural hues of Western civilization. And we're actually the opposite of that. So
that's right.
Yeah. So I'm for the well-being of white people as a people. And therefore we say we are a single people with many countries. We've made many countries, and we all have very distinct, but nonetheless originating from the same place, very distinct hues of Western civilization that we can identify with. When we go to each other's countries, we can immediately identify with it. But, or maybe moreover, I am not of the mind frame that non-white people can't be in white countries. We obviously, white people are the people who create white countries. That's how they come into being. But there are people who are, and if we go back to the terminology, white nationalists or white internationalists, who are of the mind that no non-white people can be in a non-white country. I mean, no non-white people can be in a white country. And that's something that we want to be very careful here, communicating who and what we really are to our white brothers and sisters, because it's so easy for them to turn us off and to ignore us by misunderstanding what we actually represent. And that's a consequence of, anti-white ideology, training them to see evil where we actually just want to do good. And I, for example, can agree with you about the well-being of Black people. I believe that in America and other countries of the West, and obviously I can't speak for outside of America where your purview extends in your concerns, but in the West, Black people are going to be better off, in my opinion, if freedom of speech is ensured, if the right to self-defense is ensured, if Black people can't be, and in this case, disreputable Black people can't use anti-whiteism as a cudgel on good Black people and say that if you want to stick with this idea of being on time, like Dr. Carol Swain was talking about, If you want to stick with it, then you're just another white supremacist. Then you're just another. So where anti-whiteism is defeated, in my opinion, is going to be good for the Black people in those countries. Where it continues, it's going to continue being harmful to Black people in those countries. That's a long answer for your direct question. I apologize for that, but it's a consequence of anti-whiteism.
No, I fully understand. That's why I was listening very carefully how you handle it. It's very good how you handle it. And how I address that problem that you are highlighting is that, because I get the same, I'm a regular at Speaker's Corner, and is that I say, you look at a nation in the same way as you look at a house or a home. And even though you have your own house, you have your own home, right? Mm-hmm. It's yours, but you always have dinner parties or a party occasionally. And that's when you invite guests to come to your home. And then when you invite guests to come to your home, it's the same thing as inviting guests to come to your nation. And you like them to feel at home. You say, make yourself feel at home. It's a good dinner party. You show them around the house and so on. But after the party's over, then they return back to their home. So I see that principle is scalable and it applies to a nation. Mm-hmm. A nation. So that's how I address it. Would you agree with is that how you see it?
Well, yes. I would, just to make sure that I'm not misunderstood by my white brothers and sisters out there who might get real nervous. I'm not of the opinion that certainly everybody who's been flooding into the United States, for example, over Biden's term, they've all got to go back, obviously. And many others who have flooded over by way of Democrat policies to change the electorate, to change the police departments, to change the military, to obviously. But I don't need non-white people like Dr. Carol Swain, for example, to have to go back anywhere, if you follow me. She's a contributor to this country. So there are wonderful non-white patriots who are contributors to Western countries, that this is their home. This is what they have served, and this is what they want to continue to serve. And it's the norms also that they want to preserve and be a part of. Like I have, living here right outside of Washington, D.C., I've got tons of non-white neighbors and people in the community. I talk with them. And there is a Hispanic guy. He's a blue-collar guy. And he was talking about how angry he is about the border being open. And he came over with his father. He was a child legally when the father was a doctor. He came here to work. The father came to be a doctor and to doctor in the United States. And so it brought his family, and they're hard workers, contributors to the United States. They like the norms. I mean, he lives with our norms and our standards, just like I would if I were in China with their norms and their standards. So this guy wouldn't have to like go back home, if you follow me, to the country of his family.
Okay. So anti-whiteism. So this is my understanding of it. So let me know what you think. There appears to be a battle over white identity. And it appears to be two camps. There's one camp, I think you're in this camp, where they see whiteness, white identity is Northern Europeanness. Northern European. Mm-hmm. And then there's another camp who see whiteness as status. So whether if you're got the right breeding, so it's not about race as such. They see whiteness as status, and so that group, they appear to be the international. They have an international view, and they're the ones. It appears to me who are pushing the anti-white. In other words, to suppress the Northern Europeanness, your type of white, to push more an international whiteness, as in status, not necessarily Europeanness. So there appears to be a clash, a war over white identity. Is that how you see it, or is there any truth in what I said there?
I think you are on the right path when you're getting started there with a war on white identity. And the war has long ago been lost by white people. Anti-whites of all races, including white, have burdened us with this identity, the white race, with this identity of evil incarnate, responsible for all the world's ills and people's misfortunes. And as a consequence, we need to lower our guard, not defend ourselves, be white guilted, and capitulate in any numerous ways to demands that are made upon us, including disavowing our countries, our people, our victimization, our creations, and allowing these to become sort of universally owned by humanity, while the rest of the races are celebrated for their creations, their peoples, their histories, very tangible things. And we here are pushing back on that burdensome, evil white identity that the anti-whites push upon us. They don't push it upon just the Northern European standard or type of white person. All white people, when it comes to, for example, whether or not white males will get a job at IBM, it's not going to matter whether they are predominantly Northern European in heritage or Southern European in heritage. Southern European in heritage. They're just going to be victimized as white people. The whiteness that you speak of, that is status, whiteness is a concept and a construct of anti-whites that they created some time back. Noel Ignatieff is one of the main proponents and really popularized it. It's the replacement for the weakening concept racist and racism. And it means several things. It means that white people are evil, white people don't exist, which of course are two contradictory positions, but that's how anti-whites always arrive at anti-white conclusions in every single argument, even when those arguments are contradictory. And that whiteness is status, as you point out. It's wealth, it's power, it is oppression. And that's why white people, we've been arguing so vehemently to prevent our brothers and sisters from using the concept whiteness as something that white people produce. We produce Western culture. We need to own that. Whiteness sounds like a sexually transmittable disease. And if you end up as a white person supporting whiteness, then ipso facto, and that's where the trap has been set for us by very shrewd anti-whites, you are supporting oppression of non-white people, and you're supporting status and privilege over the impoverished and weak.
Right.
That's a great question.
Right. Yes. So what is okay. So here's the final one. Reparations now. So tell me what you think of this. I understand the majority of people when they think of the word reparation, they're thinking cut us our check. But I'm working with others on a different reparation model. Our model is not about cutting a check. It's all about the process. Yes. Yeah. And the process is going to be reparation on a case-by-case basis, directly from those international banking finance entities that gained from the trading and trafficking of Black African people. And as part of this strategy, we see that I think that I'll just use the word nationalist now, just for the juxtaposition your outlook with my outlook. So if we can say just temporarily say that I'm a black nationalist and you're a white nationalist, and you're trying to work to counter anti-whiteness and for white well-being, I'm trying to work to counter anti-blackness and for black well-being. Now, in this strategy for reparations, we're saying we will reward white people, which I assume will be white nationalists, in their assistance for us to extract reparations from those who owe it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you want to. It's the bringing in allies where you can and when you can, and to repeat what you're saying, sort of saying to white folk who care about white well-being, if you support us in our effort to extract reparations from banking masters, then there'll be like a not quite a kickback, as that has a negative connotation, but a sort of a sharing of the benefits. So I see what you're saying in that, as far as and the sort of kind of offer you're making, but as far as its like viability and extracting anything from banking masters, I just submit that you have a very steep hill to climb. They are going to. They have a lot of power and a lot of clout and obviously a lot of money, but I mean, it's trying to extract money from them, especially on an international basis. You probably will have at least an opportunity to speak on it in some what otherwise are considered, sort of hallowed halls. I know you're out there on Speaker's Corner, and that's sort of admirable thing for people to get out there and share their views. But, who knows? I mean, maybe even like you could be given time at the EU or something to talk on it. Whereas, I would definitely not for any of my positions. But as far as being able to carry that out, I will just say that I will be very impressed.
Don't worry, there's a strategy. So that's why, first of all, I was presenting you with that outlook. You probably never heard that concept, that way of looking at reparations, you see.
No, that's true.
That's right. So there's lots of there's things taking place in the background. Don't worry, that will be good for white well-being. Actually, that's why I presented you juxtaposition with me and what we're doing.
Well, I appreciate that. Thinking about us.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, then. So I'll leave it there so we can talk a bit more later on.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for calling in. The civility. You can keep the mic. Just mute yourself, and we'll move along. But I appreciate that. Yes. What an interesting conversation. Thank you for calling in. What an interesting conversation that we've had. I would very much appreciate, as a white guy, we're going to be going to Rory next. I think he's requested the mic. I would very much appreciate, as a white guy who has been discriminated against in hiring my entire life, who has been discriminated against in at my places of work, in sports, in school, discriminated against on the basis of my birth. I would very much appreciate a big check from international bankers. Make amends to me for all the suffering. Happily will accept that. Let me take a quick look here. I'm going to pass the mic over. We have, let's see what's over here with my failing vision. Is that new? Let's see. The demographics ban. Democracies ban Trump running for office. So this is the concern that they will ban Trump from running for office. And then if so, do I think that there could be a civil war? There isn't a oppositional poll at the moment that is substantive enough for that. Could there be? Probably not. Probably not as a right wing, if you will, looking at it in terms of inside the anti-white narrative? Probably not. Why? Because the people who would compose the orbiting bodies around that central pillar are themselves infected with anti-white ideology, and would be quite easy to undermine them by way of meme pathogens, the anti-white isms, the anti-white ideas. The possibility for civil war in the future is much more likely to happen between vying groups of anti-whites rather than white people. And then white people will really be harmed by such a civil war. And in that case, it would be genuinely a civil war. It would be different groups vying for control over the country. And you also say here, do you see many? Okay, that one I answered before. Okay, thank you for that. That's a good question. Let's pass it over to Rory, and we'll get his thoughts. You can unmute, brother, when you have the mic, and we will learn about what happened in Ireland. And I will keep my eyes open. And when Rory sees that he has the mic, and the microphone is on the bottom left, I think on all Android and Apple devices, you should be able to. There you go. Sure. Yes, sir. The mic is yours. What's on your mind, brother?
Excellent. Right. Did you hear that there was a referendum in Republic of Ireland on Friday?
No.
And this is really interesting. The majority, by far the majority of people, voted against what the government wanted to impose on the people of Ireland.
That's splendid. What was it?
Well, let me read this to you. Okay, this is from the BBC News, and it states, Irish referendums. Voters reject changes to family and care definition. And I'll go through this with you if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Proposals to alter wording in the Constitution, I believe that goes back to 1937, to include families which are not based on marriage, were defeated with 67.7% voting no.
Wow.
Yeah, a second proposed change on the wording around the role of women in the home was defeated by a higher margin, with 73.9% of voters rejecting it. It's the highest ever no vote percentage in an Irish referendum.
That is epic. That is glorious.
It is. It's amazing. I'll skip through this a little bit, Jason, but it says the highest no vote came from Donegal. 80% voted no on the family. 84% voted on no care. It carries on a little bit, and then you want to read what the politicians say. I mean, it's unbelievable. Mr. Varadkar is the Prime Minister. Both the ministers have been defeated comprehensively on respectable terms. He said that the Irish government accepted the result and respected fully. Well, I doubt they're going to do that. But here's one that he said, this is ridiculous. And this is in quotes on the BBC website. It was our responsibility to convince the majority of people to vote yes. And we clearly failed to do so. I mean, that statement to me, Jason, is so out of order. The government is saying, it's the government's responsibility is to get some people in a referendum to vote one way.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of what the government did in Brexit, you know?
Yeah.
Or prior to Brexit. So, but anyway.
Well, that is inspiring. And this is, we do see this when the white population is given an opportunity, the whole population given an opportunity to give their view on an issue. We go all the way back. I mean, many decades now in California, where several times they voted as a state to do away with certain anti-white policies. And then the anti-whites come in there later with a single judge or an en banc, and they nullify what the voters wanted. This here, the politician, the anti-white politician, revealed, as you're pointing out, that their objective was anti-white, white erasure. This is white people have to own these things, that our definition of the family is what is under attack. And just
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I just got it exactly.
So,
you know, because they want to change. Yeah, they wanted to change the constitution to include families which are not based on marriage, and 67.7%. And that's 2/3 of the population said no. A family is based on marriage, and thank God for that. Thank God for the Irish.
I know it. Thank God. Thank God they stood up and they said, no, this is our definition of family. And the Irish, in some ways, are a little bit more focused on what we create and what our norms are as our own than other of our white populations, where we have disavowed our norm for the family, our norm for relations and treatment between a man and a woman, person and animal, person and environment, all of these sort of things. We've had it bludgeoned out of us that anything is ours. And as a consequence, it becomes very easy to change. Clearly what happened there in Ireland, the anti-whites believed that they were further along than they actually were. And so they went ahead and believing that they were going to get an anti-white outcome, that the majority of the population was going to vote for a change in our norms and values when it comes to things like family and a woman, and discovered, obviously to their chagrin, that they had the inverse. We need to realize that anti-whiteism is our bête noire, and it is targeted at all times at white erasing us and victimizing us. And incidentally, to draw that connection again to non-white peoples and their health in the countries that we created, what ends up happening to the Black family, to the non-white family, to the Hispanic family, when the definition of what a man is or what a woman is changed? What happens when the definition of what a family is changed? And then when they go to argue, if they argue with anti-whites and they say, I don't want my definition of family changed, they're confronted with the same anti-white tropes, the meme pathogens about how this is what white people forced on everybody, and it can be better if it's some different way. That is a moral argument, and moral arguments always defeat rationale, logic. I mean, maybe if we were back in ancient Greece and everybody was walking around with gigantic melons for heads, and we
would be Spartans.
We would be Spartans. They would, I mean, an appeal to rationale and logic would be the only thing acceptable. Any emoting whatsoever, which is the anti-white argument, would be unacceptable, would not be allowed to enter the conversation. But that's where we are today. So what I see happening now in Ireland, I see for us a great opportunity to reach our brothers and sisters, and we have wonderful activists in Ireland that are going free. And I really encourage them to push hard now to get the lexicon out.
Jason.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing I found interesting about, those percentages is that, I mean, Ireland has been a country that has had huge immigration. People, I'm sure you've seen videos of what they're doing in Dublin, and you know, and all sorts of foreign people, non-whites coming in. But even so, you know, they had that percentage of the vote, which is basically 2/3 or more. You know, 80% Donegal. I mean, I'll tell you a little story. When I met my wife in Atlanta, Georgia, she lived in Philadelphia at the time, and we said, well, let's get together in halfway in between. So we ended up in Donegal, and it was a lovely place, and full of McLaughlins, which was her maiden name. So we had a good time there. And we got married a few months later. But sorry, going off topic, Jason. Sorry.
It's all right.
Let's stick to the Irish. Yeah, no, excellent. I was really pleased with that result.
Me too. I'm very excited. Our people are looking for answers. It's natural, and we need to be there with aggressive love, which is the opposite of this passive love that we see in this Katie Britt. This submitting love, this concern out of love, but it's passive in its energy. We need to be aggressive. No more victimizing us. We're here to put an end to the harm of our people. And
I agree. Yeah, absolutely.
Our people will resonate with that.
And not just that, Jason, but I can see, you know, people are now fighting against their governments.
Yes.
They're saying, no, we're not having this anymore.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, they're on the way up.
They're on the way out. I love it. I mean, but only if they're on their way out. And you can stay, just mute yourself, Rory. Thank you for calling in again and sharing this positive news out of Ireland. The energy will be there. The instinct to survive and to protect what we've created and built and our inheritance will be there. But if we don't get the tools to undermine the psychological warfare, which is what anti-whiteism is, it's not just another political ideology. It's not just another religion. It's actual psychological warfare. That's why everything has fought. If anti-whiteism were just a competing ideology, political ideology, social ideology, even religion, you would still see these other poles of resistance, these other ideologies fighting back against it. But indeed, what we've seen is in these other places that would serve as poles, capitulation. The people themselves are anti-white. The people themselves argue for anti-white outcomes in their own ideological circles. That's why we need to confront the psychological warfare with the tools that circumvent and undermine it, and have been proven to do so with thousands of people. So it will for everyone else as well. Luke over here on Odyssey says, keep up the good work, brother. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And over here on YouTube, to keep everybody involved, I like the Twitter spaces, and I gave a little bit more than an hour today, and I think we'll go a little bit over because we're already down to under 3.5 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jason, for having me on. It's always good to speak to you.
It's always good to speak with you, brother. Thank you so much. We have.
All right.
Bye-bye now. We have.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day. Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Good night.
Good night, brother. We have Leonard over here says, how would America look in the past and today if the Confederates won the war for their independence, in my opinion? Well, if anti-whiteism weren't combated by a similar strategy, which is what we employ here, using the psychology of the human animal, the subconscious mind, and combating on the moral level, understanding the reality of the human mind, that the subconscious mind can interpret reality from fiction, and that we live the majority of our lives in the subconscious mind. If it understood that, if somebody were to come up with that, if they were a different Virginian who put together Go Free many years back, then the Confederacy, of course, the Confederate States would look very different than they do today. Maybe the whole of the United States, it would have influenced the world. Anti-whiteism probably would not have been able to take root at all because there would have been a contradiction. Also, the Confederate States of America would have been a much bigger country than the United States of America because the Confederacy, Europe would have used New Orleans as the port to the West, and therefore, rather than New York, and therefore the Confederacy would have grown to encompass almost the rest of the United States as a consequence. You'll note, I mean, look at the Confederate Constitution. There are people probably listening who will say, well, that meant there would have been slavery everywhere or something like this. Take a look at the Confederate Constitution and see if they don't forbid the importation of slaves and for the practice to continue beyond the adults who were already in servitude. Mind you, now in Virginia, they were already freeing Black people. And the Battle of Manassas, the first big battle called Bull Run by the United States, was fought on the property largely of a free Black family. So how did that happen? I wonder. But if it didn't, which it probably wouldn't have, if it would have succeeded in its independence, its vie for independence, probably would not have developed a Go Free at any point. And if that's the case, then there would be no difference between the Confederacy, the Confederate States of America, and the United States of America. It would be just like Canada. It would be Canada South if they didn't have resistance to the psychological warfare we call anti-whiteism. Unfortunately, that's a great question, though. It's an interesting thing to contemplate. We have, let's see, a couple others we have over here on YouTube. For White Wellbeing, oh, he's talking to Clips, and Ryan saying he agreed that it was a very interesting conversation. He agreed with Biospirit of the West, our great outreach team leader, and a man who is a certified genius, who said the conversation with the Black internationalist was fascinating. Well done. Yeah, it was. I appreciate all civil conversations that oh, there's Vincent B. Great to see you, Vigil, where we can discuss our similar struggles in the world and different struggles and how we're going about alleviating and treating and addressing those things in a civil way. I always make room for thinkers disagreeing or otherwise. Would you kind of Saxony is here. Says he's finally done with work, so he's enjoying some beer with no white guy. And isn't that the truth when it comes to this community? We work, like we have jobs, or we are, or you know, it's not like so many of the other communities. Content creator turn on the video camera at 3 a.m. and then all the thousands that show up any other part of the day, they show up again. They got nothing going on. So we are actual doers. We are the normal white people across the West, and we just have to reach our brothers and sisters out there who are a little too skittish, a little too scared as a consequence of anti-whiteism to stand up for themselves. I think what I'm going to do from now on is give even more time for these Twitter spaces. I hope everybody will come back. And a big Promethean hails to you, Would You Kind of Saxony, and Eagle Heart is here as well. I hope everybody will come back who participated and will participate again, because these were good conversations. One more check over here. Oh my goodness. It is Dude Bro Moment. Let's celebrate Dude Bro Moment. Big salutes to this guy. Dude Bro Moment, $50 over here. He says, for white well-being, you know what, thinking about, get this man some gems. Get him some 96s. Get him some crowns. I want the crowns to be light on his head, but heavy on a scale. Get this man some crowns. God bless you. Dude Bro Moment, $50. He owns the House of Entropy. God bless you, brother. Good to see you. I almost got worried there for a moment. I was like, did Dude Bro Moment die? What happened? I was really getting concerned. The only thing that's going to keep him from walking through fire is death. And then I'm sure he'll show up as a spirit to give us a good stiff salute in service to white wellbeing. Thank you all for celebrating him. Some rugged emojis, some swashbuckling flags. Hey, we're doing it, folks. We're making it happen. Year after year, month after month, we have an opportunity here in 24 with some real heroes who are engaged in this service to white well-being, which benefits everybody in the West. We got people here of all races who object to anti-whiteism and see the damage that it's doing to the West. Every Western country is suffering as a consequence of it. We have these misleaders. There isn't a white person in power across the West that isn't anti-white. So this idea that white people hold power and they can defend themselves is erroneous. We need to communicate this message of love, hope, and redemption to as many of our brothers and sisters as possible over the span of this year, especially while Donald Trump is running for office, because of what he does for us. What does he do? It's not what he can do while in office. It's not any of the policies that he's going to put in place that can be struck with a pen by a subsequent president or Democrat Senate and House. It's not any of those things. It's what he engenders in us. We have to recognize that sense of ownership, that sense of pride, that sense of accomplishment. We need to stop disavowing all the work that we did. Remember, in the United States, in other European countries, 100% white until recently. In the United States, 90+% white until the 1960s. We need to acknowledge and own and be proud of what we have done. We need to own what we have done in our history as part of our flesh, as part of our being, because as abstractions, it's demonstrated that it won't be defended. This, you know it. The folks here, you know it. And we need to make sure that more and more of our brothers and sisters are able to hear this message so that they can know it too. I think more time to Twitter Spaces in the forward. It's fun. Moving forward, it's fun. And it's interesting to have these conversations. And I look forward to seeing you all, hopefully on Wednesday. Love you. Let's go free.